the first thing I wanted to say is that I understand your sympathy in saying that the patient do come first, but in this woman's case, you can't say that the patient would come first to her because her child has to come first to her. Now,
might I just interject in 1 moment, please? I want to ask you something, Mrs. Jones. Did you not know that that child was sick from Monday on, and I had a babysitter for those first three days, but on Thursday, Friday, and Monday, the sitter couldn't come. I did try coming in. I worked Monday through Wednesday, did I not? You knew the child was sick.
Well, may I say something, Mrs. Roma? I have your record here, and it's very bad. Now,
unfortunately, the child is a sick child. I don't say that because I don't want to, and you know, when I work, I do a good job.
But we still have a hospital here, and we have patients here, and I'm sorry, you will have to make other arrangements.
I have tried.
I called up the doctor, Dr. Schneider, and I spoke to him myself. And he was very kind to say that he would give me a letter stating that she does have a child that is very ill, and that this child does have to have her own attention. She cannot have babysitters to take care of the sick child. And
well, I will have to write her up. I will have to write her up and send this on, because we cannot have a person staying out 2 and 3 times a week, regardless if she has a child or not.
Well, if you do that, but I will definitely fight that because I think it is unfair and unjust.
But until you
I don't know if you know what justice is.
Until
but
you do that, Mrs. Massey,
well, I'm going to do it immediately.
I will have to write her up and send it upstairs. I have divorce on my back, and I have to take care of my position.
You're going to have me on your back, and when you have me on your back, you got somebody on your back.
That was a lovely situation, wasn't it? Now, may this be typical? Okay.
I would not have let that supervisor throw me out into the fight, because that was not the arena to fight in. I would simply have advised that supervisor that where she has a twofold obligation, an obligation to her employer as well as to that employee.
Today I see you the pacifist. We had a steward who stood her ground, who spoke as an equal with the supervisor. She wasn't intimidated by the tone of the supervisor. She referred to the contract when necessary. She decided to avail herself of the second step of the grievance procedure when she found that she did not get a solution or a proper answer. And it was a wonderful illustration of what the steward is supposed to be like, and I hope she will serve as a model to all of you in the work you will be doing from now on. And thank you for the excellent work and participation and your time that you've given all this week.
This union does more collective bargaining than almost all the other unions in the city put together. We have literally hundreds of titles, so we're always in bargaining. I'm not going to say it here. When you meet over a period of years with a chief negotiator for management like Herb Haber, you just have to get to know each other. What he understands about me, and he once said it, and I thought it was a great compliment, that I'm a lovely guy, but if I hurt any of the workers I represented, I'd cut out his belly button. And he's right, I would. As I thought would happen, the guidelines are very obtuse. Nobody really knows what they mean. We feel that we were caught in the squeeze where we would have had a contract and Washington would have to judge it. We'll let Washington judge it. We don't believe we ought to continue to be punished. I told the group that, you know, that I'd like for them to hear your side of the thing, but I also told them quite candidly that we can't keep this dance going.
We have some areas in the realm of efficiency and productivity that I think need to be discussed and need to be developed.
I happen to understand productivity. The mayor really doesn't. I happen to understand efficiency. I don't think the mayor really does, so I don't want to use it as a slogan. But the point that I'm saying is that in fact, in most of the productivity in which this union's been involved, the union instituted, between they and me. The upgrading of nurses' aides for greater job responsibility, the roving crews in parks the union presented and worked on, the upgrading of custodial assistants so they can become supervisory personnel, the union work. So we're not afraid of it.
It's not simply a question of providing these opportunities for people to upgrade themselves, but I agree with you. That serves a double goal. We're very happy to provide ways and means of providing opportunities for people to upgrade themselves, particularly when that also provides the city with a higher degree of service and flexibility and so on.
Yes, but that's efficiency.
Yeah, I agree. You're arguing my point. Efficiency and productivity.
I'd like to see Hamilton and Lindsay talk about it.
Well, the mayor has.
Except he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Well, you know that we have a basic disagreement on that point. He not only knows what he's talking about in these areas, but he's galvanized a lot of his departments and his agencies.
You work for him, and I work for him. You work for him, and I work
for him, and you work against him.
And I work for the horny-handed sons of toil. That's the big difference.
Well, I like to think that we're both doing really the same thing, that we ultimately have common goals. In any event, I think the resolution of our problem lies in this area.
We've been banging you for an educational fund. We have one. The high school equivalency stems from that. College credit stems from it. It's been very successful. This doesn't add one nickel to the worker's salary. He doesn't get it. It goes into schooling. What is the schooling utilized for in career service? If a man goes to college and picks up some credits, it makes him more efficient.
When you establish an educational fund for workers who are at the lowest salary levels, it's appropriate. When it starts going up higher, it begins to fritter away, in our judgment. It doesn't really solve the basic problem.
But that's productivity, Herb.
Well, no, I don't think. I think it's productivity. I think its measure of productivity is when you utilize it at your lowest levels of employment for people who come in at the bottom of the line.
Really a new definition.
No, I don't think. Well, this is our judgment of it. I think there is where it has validity. There is where it needs to be considered. But we have an additional problem, Vic, because under the freeze, we are limited in the amount of money that we can spend. And if we put any money, if we agree that this is a sound and valid place to go, monies that are put there will come out of the basic package.
You obviously don't have City Hall guidelines. If you say that you got a productivity factor, this has got to come down the pipe. The only other caveat that I throw at the table, the only other happy warning I give you, Herb, start throwing money. Start throwing money on the table with it so we can eat while we're debating. I represent a lot of grubby people who are making $7,000 a year, and they don't know how to spend it, though they're making so much, Herb. They're really going mad with power. Yeah, but they really waste it. They spend it on some crummy stuff like food and clothing. I warn them against it. I'm saying to you, Herb, that we really need, within the next couple of weeks, some bedrock negotiations. That I say to
I agree.
You. If not, I just take it away from the table. I'm going to take it away from the table because it's silly, playing back and forth. The popular mind, the editorials of the New York Times, makes our production for the members contrary to the needs of society. Pure crap. Giving a hospital worker $7,000 or $8,000 a year is not a detriment to society. Giving a man a decent pension in his old age is not a detriment to society. That's phony, and it's contradictory. Make the man a whole man, and you make a better society. Your strength is based on what you produce for the rank and file and how you produce it with them. The more they are involved in that production, the stronger you are. The more they feel a part of the union, the stronger they are.
What I'm saying. Hold it.
Any equipment in the parks department, whether it be in forestry, in shops, or out in the field, the trucks belong to the motor vehicle operators. That's their title in the city of New York, to drive all equipment for the city of New York. You have a man getting $13,000 driving a vehicle which is out of title, and a man is sitting down $7,000, that's all he gets for a starting salary, a motor vehicle operator. Why doesn't the city put a motor vehicle operator on that truck for $7,000 rather than have a man that's a qualified tree surgeon, $13,000 riding behind a wheel of a truck, driving a truck? What is he doing that for, Mr. Lord?
Now, let's get that straight. Every
What do
negotiation...
we have motor vehicle operators hired for? What do we have motor vehicle operators hired for? Do we hire forestry men to drive trucks, or do we have motor vehicle operators?
Service.
We have motor vehicle. That's your interpretation of a crew service. I'll take and show you a truck down there that's 20,000 pounds. That's a motor vehicle operator's a responsibility to drive through a city street.
It is
and you
not.
have to have a professional man behind that wheel. You
You're
don't
not a
just take...
professional. Let's get
Who's
something
not a
straight.
professional?
Listen to me.
Who's not a professional?
You're not a
I'm a
professional.
professional driver for the city of New York. I had to take an examination, and I had to pass...
You are a civil
I had to
servant who
pass
took an
a qualified-
exam.
Now, Tom Lurie, you know this for a fact. I brought this out before the Department of Personnel 3 years ago when I went to a meeting, and she told me that she was going to look into this and have things taken care of. Not a thing was done. Go around the city of New York and see what's being done in the Parks Department. Because of lack of coverage. And you got your laborers that belong in these playgrounds driving the vehicles all over the city of New York. Now get them off the truck,
You know what he's saying?
save money,
I understand what
and
he's
get the
saying.
place
What do you
straightened
want?
out.
Wait a second.
What are
You
you
know
going
what
to do
he's
about
saying
that?
here? You know what he's saying here? Seriously. It's a beautiful point.
Yeah, I know it's a beautiful
That
point.
productivity
You
works
had a
both
court
ways.
case back in
Productivity,
'66.
Both ways.
Productivity.
Both
Productivity,
ways.
baby. I'll save you
Both
money
ways.
without productivity.
ways.
I'm saving you cash.
Beautiful. You
Both
saved me
ways.
money.
I'll save you cash.
Like some of those
Save me
fire
anything.
officers driving in City Hall, double of the MVO guys, and they sit on their ass much better because they got bigger behind.
Right. Yes, that's right. Oh, I watched yours, Freddie, too.
What?
Well,
Not
No,
you
no,
as an
no,
individual.
no, no.
Let me say this to you. First of all, as I said before, you don't have it in your contract. Every time you come into negotiations, you want that provision in, and the city will not agree to it.
You got sanitation vehicles, big garbage trucks laying against the wall, not getting anything, they're laying against the wall, Tom. And you got 3 laborers that should be in different parks departments working. And you got them running around the city doing nothing.
Talk to this.
Doing nothing.
I think a very important point is made here. Efficiency and productivity works both ways. Some of the most inefficient practices come from you guys. I don't have to tell you about the high-cost drivers. Joey was just mentioning it to you. Now, it seems to me if we want to get one house in order, we ought to get them all in order. If you don't want him sitting on his duff, we don't want a $13,000 or $12,000 a year man driving the vehicle. Maybe efficiency from your side can match efficiency from our side.
Now, let's go a little further than that. On some of these small agencies, we only have a few MVOs that may drive a commissioner or maybe a deputy. Majority of the time, he's just sitting in the office. And when he sits in the office, he don't sit by himself. He's sitting and he talks to somebody else. So I don't have just one person doing nothing. I end up with 2 people doing nothing.
You say these fellas driving these big commissioners are sitting on their butt doing nothing. I have to differ with you. I've been doing it for 19 years, and I'm in sanitation. I've been driving a big boss. I've been bringing people to and fro. That car never stands still. Every time an MBO wants to do something different, give me a little more production, we're being stopped by somebody else. It's not our job. You're not supposed to do it. So we're trying to show productivity.
Wonderful, you're doing it. That's what we want. But everybody isn't like you or your age.
No, don't classify only me. My whole MBO, in-house sanitation. Hold it already, will you? For Christ's sake, I want to move on. You're holding it
Let's
already.
get a clarification before we go any further.
We're not gonna get-
Mr. Laura,
You're going to have
what does it mean, but...
Joseph,
I just want to...
the meeting.
Just 1 second, one clarification. He's under the opinion that his chauffeur sits on his butt. Now, hold on a second. Hey, just a minute. Come on, Tom, answer this one. Did you ever drive a truck around the city of New York? Try it someday and see if you're sitting on your butt doing nothing.
Hold it a minute. For Christ's sake. You are a wild group, you are.
Bet your life we are.
You are a wild group.
We are. God damn it.
One of the conflicts people talk about is the fact that the unions are asking for more money while the city is starving. If the unions didn't ask for more money, the city would still be starving. Don't people realize this? That the reason for the bankruptcy has nothing to do with the workers? That there are non-unionized cities that are going down the drain? Don't they know what's happening to the cities? That enough money isn't coming in? That there's an $81 billion war budget? That you just can't build enough schools? That you just don't have the health services? What in the hell has that got to do with $7,000 a year for a hospital worker? Everyone knows it's nonsense, but they play the game. We talk about increased efficiency and productivity. Well, it'll have to start with the mayor first, who's terribly inefficient. And then let's work it out. And you know something? You'll get all the increased efficiency, all the increased productivity, and you won't get gigantic wage increases. Guess what? There will not be enough money to run the city. Because the real contradiction, the real disparity, is people want more and more service, more cops on the beat, smaller classrooms for their kids, better highways, and then when it comes to paying for it, to hell with it. I spend more time worrying about enough income in terms of the city and the city services and where we go as I do on almost anything else in the union spectrum. It's becoming ridiculous. You know, it's stuff the members don't see. It's hard to convey. It's the most critical aspect now of our work. Unbelievable. And you need a positive program. Because the time is short and the legislators are always in session, you got to catch them where they are, in the hallways, in the John, anywhere. Sometimes I can have the leisure of meeting them in the office and sitting down and really having a long conversation, but that's very rare indeed. I was telling John, seriously, I was just saying him that we come down to this hole every year with the same crisis that your chief executive visits on us. Seriously, Tom, when the hell is this going to stop?
Well,
there's got to be some sense to a budget in this damn town.
I agree that from the outsider looking in, it looks like complete chaos because of the combination of several factors. Not only inflation, but unemployment, which obviously made the anticipated revenues go way out of whack, and the general problem of increasing local government and state government costs that can't possibly be met by their tax base.
But I really, you know, I don't know how we can have a hodgepodge tax system where you don't set up a progressive income tax thing, where the thing isn't levied one on the other. I'm sorry, I really am, Tom. I just don't know what the hell's going on here.
I agree with you, but whether we like it or not, a progressive tax, which would be obviously an income tax, is too rough for us now because we've got the highest progressive tax in the country. Your own members are the best paid, best pension plans.
No, almost had the best pension plan.
Well,
almost.
But still, you're way ahead of comparable workers elsewhere. It's
in the private area, not in the public.
Probably a tribute to your leadership, but also a tribute to the political clout that your group has had. And this has complicated our problems. Complicated the problem in New York City.
Where are we
You're
going?
setting too tough a pace.
Seriously, where are we going in this session?
Very frankly, this session, the governor's got the only viable plan that should be enacted. There's no alternative.
The bill is rigged. Let's set it.
Yeah.
This gets worse and worse and worse and worse each year. Now, where do we go with it? You see, this is my point. If you
Well, I want to be very brutally frank with you, Vic. I think that you would be the first one to realize, you and John Coughlin, who practically live here with us, that if we had a Democratic majority or a Democratic governor, you wouldn't be faced with these kind of ridiculous and backward problems that we face.
We ain't got one, Stanley.
That's true.
We ain't got one. So, you know, in terms of your political needs for this next election, the governor screwed up because he didn't give us a decent tax package, so he has to tax in an election year. Maybe the name of the game is to let it be his tax package with our amendments that might take care of the thing.
Now, if we were to do as you suggest, which is to buy the governor's package.
No, I didn't suggest that. I said
Well,
to take a piece of it and then add on at least part of your own program.
Well, if we can add on, that's all right, but highest tax rate now in New York is 14%.
You want to make it 14 to 17.
Right.
So stick it with this one.
Well,
But
we are.
But stick it, what I'm trying to say is to stick it on top of this package, Al.
Neither one of us have the power to make the final decision.
Yeah, but the question is, who does the governor bring in? Who do you guys bring in? You see, this is the point.
If we can avoid the catastrophes that we're all concerned about, I am willing to talk. And I will.
What's up?
The session started again.
I think we'd better get out there.
I want to wish you nothing but the best.
And a happy year.
But I fear the worst. I have lots of disagreements and arguments with my friends and colleagues in the labor movement. They see the legislative process, political issues, from a narrow bread-and-butter stance.
Hey tovarishi, I have a very important announcement to make. Me, Hakeem, and JT from Second Thought have started a podcast called The Deprogram, a truly international weekly semi-edgy politics, news, and philosophy show spanning pretty much the whole world, from the Balkans to Iraq and the United States. 4 episodes are already out. We've seen a lot of success and received a lot of positive feedback, so let me know what you think. Find it on your preferred audio platforms through one of the links in the description. If you're not new here, you probably know that I often pride myself in my knowledge of niche fascist and Nazi ideological themes. To defeat your enemy, you must know them, yada yada yada. But to my surprise, a few weeks ago, I came across a documentary explaining how Germans, under orders coming directly from Himmler, abducted, indoctrinated, and Germanized Polish children. Wait, Polish kids? You mean Slavic kids, polka dancing, vodka chugging genes being incorporated to the so-called Aryan race? That can't be correct, right? I mean, Germans considered us the third worst race after Jews and the Roma, so why the hell were they, and I quote, selecting children from foreign nations who correspond to Aryan racial models? Himmler himself was so deep into the quasi-science of it all that he believed allowing so-called Aryans to grow up in enemy nations would lead them to becoming capable social or military leaders, which would harm Germany in the long run. But that still didn't explain the quite blatant hypocrisy of taking Slavic kids, which you considered a lower race, and integrating them in your society. And that's where the rabbit hole of obviously insane Nazi race science was introduced to my life. I've skimmed through countless pages of analyses of just what Nazis thought about race so that you won't have to. Get ready for this, because for such a serious subject, a lot of this stuff is genuine comedy gold. Most of you have already heard of the concept of Aryanhood, a subgroup of European people defined as innately superior. Throughout his book, Mein Kampf, especially in chapter 11, Nation and Race, Hitler makes references to an Aryan race, founding a superior type of humanity. Never read this book, by the way. It's very bad. The purest talk of Aryans, according to Nazi ideology.
If it doesn't rain, I'll be very annoyed because I've been psyching myself up for the storm. Like all weekend.
Right now, bud.
Yep.
We're not leaving weather update in.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, come
Weather
on, please.
update. We're supposed to be killed, and they've taken that away from us
We're
too.
going to be strongly disappointed if we're
Even the
not.
escape of death is not available to you.
Yeah.
I am being repressed.
Yes.
That's right, you are.
Hello, and welcome to Well, There's Your Problem, podcast about engineering disasters with slides. I'm Justin Rosniak. I'm the person who's talking right now. My pronouns are he and him. Okay, go.
I am Alice Caldwell-Kelly. I'm the person who's talking now. My pronouns are she and her. Hey, Liam.
Hey, Liam. Hi, I'm Liam Anderson. My pronouns are he, him. And we have a guest.
I'm a guest.
Okay, I am the voice of James Gilboy. He, they. I am an automotive writer at thedrive.com.
This is a very professional introduction. Well done, everyone.
I was about to say,
yeah, let's ruin that. James, why are you here?
James, why are you here? Why did you come on a podcast?
I'm here to talk about the hole in your screen.
Oh my
because
god.
we all love some good hole.
That's a big hole.
Oh, yeah, I went to the club the other day and
I was my friend Kyle came over and punched it in the drywall,
My boss's name is Kyle.
And then
your boss Kyle
Milkshake went in there and thought it's meant for me.
Yeah.
This is a beautiful hole. Just if anyone wants a really clean drop of me saying that. Why is it
Why is
supposed
this hole
to
here?
be there? Why?
Yes.
Explain the hole to me.
Well, they blew up a sedan. Well, that was
Really
spoiler.
dense sedan.
Wow, that's
they
really-
blew up a sedan made of osmium, and we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, we don't talk enough about Chrysler's Osmium line of K cars.
I think they suggested osmium as a name for the Edsel.
Oh my god. It's a really heavy car.
Along with Exhibitor and all that other stuff.
That's right.
Yeah, today we're here to talk about
Oh,
fun
fucking
thing,
outstanding, bud.
which is what if you could use nuclear bombs for things other than murdering people?
I mean, obviously,
yes.
Best Friends Day.
Yes.
Yes.
Remember the future. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. But first, we have to do the goddamn news.
All right, this one's on me. This one is on me. Please stop yelling at me in the comment section of the all news video that we did, where I neglected
Yeah,
to
you're a
introduce...
Nazi now.
Yeah, I'm a Nazi now, and I'm both sides in the war in Ukraine.
We got a 2-star review and a 1-star review today, by the way. In our review summary.
That stings. That
Because
really stings.
Yeah, well, we sound like immature 9-year-old boys, which is not entirely off the mark.
I dispute the boys part, but like, yeah.
No, well, the other one is I would like it better if it weren't political, and it's like, well, then go fucking, as we always say, go fucking watch the History Channel. You can learn about engineering disasters in between ancient aliens and Nazis and shit.
What is even on the History Channel anymore?
Just blow me.
Hitler's secret train.
Yeah, I appreciate the effort of leaving us a 1-star review, but to which I say, go ass.
Hitler's secret pyramid that was built by aliens.
Yeah, I legitimately, I watched the History Channel for the first time in years a while back, and I saw Hitler's secret train, and the train wasn't that secret, or even really that Hitler's. Hitler didn't really pay much attention to it, but
neither secret nor Hitler's.
my beloved Hitler, right? Because I'm both sides in the war in Ukraine.
Oh boy, don't clip that, please.
Now, in fairness, there are Nazis on both sides.
Yeah.
On the right side and the wrong side, but we
our good Nazis versus their bad Nazis.
That's right. But we
bring that up to the State Department.
You're Polish. People are gonna get even madder at you for mentioning this. But yeah. So the thing
what's
that
he gonna do? Not write about it or read about it?
He's gonna institute another of the news items. No, the thing is, right? I on 3 podcasts, I would say I work. Maximally a 4-day week, but because I'm a dumb piece of shit, that is enough to overwork me to the point where I forget stuff. And so, in the course of doing an all-news episode, I forgot a massive piece of news, which is entirely within our competence, within our gift, which is the Russians blowing up a massive hydroelectric dam and flooding shitloads of southern Ukraine in order to make a Ukrainian counteroffensive more difficult and also to be dickheads. It is like
killing their own soldiers in the process.
Yeah, I was about to say this also really fucked over the Russians, which is the interesting part about it.
I hate Moscow Infrastructure Week.
Mowing over your own soldiers seems to be part of Russian military policy.
Yeah, it is. It's
sort of a
doctrine.
tradition.
It's doctrine. Yeah. Yeah. We've all seen Enemy at the Gates.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's pure spite, right? Like,
Oh yeah.
God, what's to conscript you? Here's how we think of you now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has had a bunch of like very weird effects aside from the obvious bad ones, like the reservoir drying up and people finding a bunch of dead Nazi skulls, like OG World War II Nazis, who just like drowned in the river back in the day.
Put them back, but upside down to really fuck with them.
Yeah, and they're still there, I guess. But
the reservoir on the Dnipro River right here is a very, very, very large one. Yes. Obviously, Ukraine is a very important agriculture region for all of Europe.
Oh, this is fully going to cause famine.
And it's not.
Yeah.
They're not super dependent on irrigation. It's not like let's say the American Southwest where all of the avocados,
Cadillac Desert.
All of the avocados that keep the millennial generation afloat are entirely grown with water that's been transported 1,100 miles. Ukraine is a little bit more sustainable than that, but this big reservoir means that a lot of these cities along the Dnipro, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that strictly correctly.
Doesn't matter what they were doing anywhere.
I also don't know enough to tell you.
Yeah.
I think,
but
the consonants together, like
you're gonna have like water intakes that don't work. You're gonna have sewer discharges that don't work. You're gonna have like the big stupid nuclear power plant everyone likes to complain about. That has it has no cooling water right now because the water level's gonna be too low. But it's also
shut down all of the reactors.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like. It's not a big deal. You just can't turn it back on right now. Rebuilding this dam is going to be a huge pain in the ass when the conflict is over. And who knows when the conflict will be over. I mean, it's
another thing that you've committed the post-war Ukrainian state to doing, along with rebuilding the giant, impractical Soviet cargo aircraft, where like you know, in this case it's something more practical and more vital to rebuild, but in both cases you've just handed them a huge bill purely out of spite because now it's symbolic as well as being important practically.
The thing about the AN-225 was actually genuinely a good thing to have.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
you could, like, you know, if you're, like, trying to fly in, like, I don't know, a massive power transformer into, like, you know, Central Africa or something, so you could provide, you know, underprivileged populations with electricity, you could do that very easily. You can't do that anymore.
Yeah, it was a global asset.
Yes.
Yeah. As far as the animating impulse goes, I highly recommend Joseph Brodsky's on Ukrainian independence, which is a sort of like piece of Russian hate speech that is also like surprisingly conflicted about its own spite, but includes the line about spitting in the Dnieper in hopes that it flows in reverse.
But yeah, the thing that struck me about this sabotaging this dam is it seemed like really bad for both sides. I don't think it helped anyone.
That's Russian doctrine, baby.
Yeah. You get, like, the dumbest people on Twitter think that this is an inside job. This will be a recurring theme with another one of our news items. They're like, oh, there's unanswered questions. There aren't unanswered questions. It was just Russians. It's the only way it makes sense. Shut up.
Are there people, like, assuming that the Ukrainians have for some reason done immense damage to their infrastructure?
I've genuinely seen that argued because, I don't know, their motives are inscrutable, apparently.
Yeah, that makes as much sense as the U.S. blowing up Hoover Dam.
Just as a flex, you know?
Well,
we don't
in
even
fairness,
want it anymore.
That reservoir is not as high as this one was.
That's true, yeah.
Yes, there's the other piece of context on the dam is that the reservoir was the highest it had been in, like, I don't know, 30 years or something when the dam got blown. I don't think there's any video or pictures of the dam actually blowing. I mean, you know, hilariously, you know, the one thing that could have happened, since the reservoir was so high and no one seemed to have definitive control over the dam, this thing just overtopped and fell over.
I read something about, like, you know, the using explosives from, like, the service tunnel inside it, and it's, like, made sense to me, so...
Yeah, that makes sense as well.
Or do they still have any of those, like, dam buster explosives from World War II? I know those were, like, a U.S. thing, but, like, giant explosive skipping stones?
Yeah, if anyone saw, like, a Lancaster bomber, maybe it was us all along, maybe it was the Brits.
I'm kind of disappointed that there's no video, because, like... Sure, it's probably a propaganda tool, but it would be, like, grimly cool to watch happen, you know?
Well, I mean, you can see the satellite images.
It is also a run-of-the-river dam, you know, something like Safe Harbor on the Susquehanna or something like that. So there's not a huge amount of water level difference. So, you know, it wouldn't be that impressive, you know. But on the other hand, a lot of water did move in and kill a lot of Russian and Ukrainians.
Yeah. And then I think Russia shelled the, like, aid workers as well. Just as an extra, you know, in case you were confused about the motivation going on here. It's like, no, it is fuck you and fuck you again.
War, doing great. Everyone's having such a great time. It's amazing. You know.
I think it's probably a bad idea to start with.
Have you seen the Lockheed Martin stocks? Jesus.
Oh my God, I have not.
The Polish
I can
Defense
imagine.
Ministry has been sort of like stumbling around, throwing money at stuff in a drunken stupor, and honestly, yeah, right.
Isn't that par for the course, though?
Yeah, yeah, they've invested a shitload in a bunch of new submarines with screen doors.
I met this guy named Boris Yeltsin. I put him in charge of spending money. We found him under a bridge.
So yeah, bad news for Ukraine, somehow also bad news for Russia. Good news for the military-industrial complex, but, you know, when isn't it?
Good news if you own a concrete company.
Yeah, if you're a general contractor.
They will have to rebuild this thing.
So the great tides of world history really going up and down if you're a general contractor. On the upside, you get the contract to do some of the concrete for the dam. On the downside, you're still kind of sore because ISIS has your old truck, you know?
Yeah. Well, I would say the tide is mostly going down here. Owing to the dam collapsing.
Only where it's not supposed to.
In other news.
Oh God, I hope I have the right button.
The gamer tube.
Yeah, let's talk about the gamer tube.
Talk about it.
Yeah, we got to talk about it.
We got your Twitter DMs, all right?
Yeah, I was about to say,
okay.
we were in fact aware of the Titanic submersible that imploded. It imploded, folks. We thought that they could have been saved. It turned out no, it imploded basically instantly. You know, and
What's
this
really
is
funny, the US Navy knew that from sonoboys or sonophones, but because they didn't want to release that because there was a classified capability, they let the search go on fruitlessly for like several days, for like 2 or 3 days.
I don't understand why that's classified. That's something we already knew they could do.
So
Oceanographers can do that too.
So we wasted how many millions of dollars just so we could announce our sonobuoy capability or whatever, like 3 days later?
Yeah, like dozens of millions, yeah.
All of the search and recovery stuff would have had to been done anyway, just because they do want to go and pick up pieces of the submersible to figure out exactly what went wrong. That being said, there's a lot
Stop going in the ocean.
There's a lot
That's
of,
what I wanted
you know, you sort of look at this long history of doing these deep sea submersibles, and this is something that just does not happen, which is the submersible suddenly implodes. That's like number one, the thing you don't want to happen.
Yeah, you build it against that prospect.
Yeah. So we have our guy here. What's his name?
Stockton Rush.
Stockton the Crush Rush. Which
it's a very 1800. It's a very Victorian name, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Yeah, I stole that from a friend of the pod, Carrie, who. Yeah. Anyway, so you know, Stockton the Crush Rush. He's like a libertarian guy. He was a libertarian guy. Now he's sort of
not much left of him.
now he's sort of a
soup. Yeah.
Sort of a mush. Yeah. Which is
Stockton mush.
Stockton mush. Stockton the mush rush.
Guys. It's funny, but goddamn.
I was eating pizza and didn't record how hard I was laughing to that.
So Stockton the mush rush. He's like this libertarian guy. He was like, well, you know, we need to do these expeditions, you know, this exploration stuff. It needs to not have the government involved, right? You know, it's like, okay, you're operating international waters, whatever, you do you. He builds this submersible. It's supposed to be sort of on the cheap. It's supposed to be very simple.
He does a bunch of shortcuts, yes.
Bunch of shortcuts,
innovation.
yeah.
This is innovation.
Sorry, a bunch of innovations.
So like the rather than the usual spherical shape, the submersible is, the pressure vessel is a tube, you know, like a propane tank, right? It's got titanium end caps, but the main body of the thing is built with 500 layers, I think 500-ish layers of pre-preg carbon fiber, which, you know, is not known for its ductility.
No, and this
it's one
carbon
of those...
fiber, by the way, that he got a deal on it. He bought it from Boeing because it was like now unsafe for them to use in planes. Yes.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Oh, all right. That's fucking
sick. It was
Safety
expired.
first,
yeah.
baby. Let's do it.
Yeah. It was expired carbon fiber. I believe he mentioned that you know, they did it in conjunction with Boeing and NASA, but actually
Same shit they put into Alfa Romeos.
Well, it's less safety critical in cars.
I don't know. An Alfa Romeo can still kill your ass just as dead.
Yeah, all right, Rob. Let's get you in a 4C and see how you do, buddy.
Yeah, the 4C had, from what I heard, chassis bonding problems early on. Like, yeah, carbon fiber is very easy to fuck up.
It'd be very funny if you're just driving along the road, you're like Alfa Romeo failed and you just implode.
just from what I know about carbon fiber, which is mostly from being in the Directional Formula SAE club, it's just annoying. It's an annoying material. It's annoying to work with. It takes a long time, and it's like, wow, we have the strongest, lightest material, and like this is mostly just glue, though.
I think the funniest thing is getting like aerospace carbon fiber, because when you sort of look at an airplane, you ask yourself, wow, what kind of atmospheric pressure can that thing deal with? And the answer is between 0 and 1, right?
Yes.
And then you're gonna take it down into the ocean where significantly greater pressures obtain, and you're gonna do it.
I understand there are pressure vessels for like diving and stuff, which are made of carbon fiber, but then it's in tension. This one, the pressure's on the outside; it's in compression, which I think is less well understood.
Yeah.
I believe this has been attempted. I want to say Virgin Oceanic wanted to do carbon fiber submersible, and they realized, well, we would only be able to use it for one dive.
That's all you need, right?
Single-use submersible seems like a very late-stage capitalism thing.
Yeah, there are
very
so many other different things going on with this, but one of them that I really want to highlight is if you look at the interior of the submersible here, you may notice that it does not look the way you would expect it to, perhaps.
What a miserable place to die, man.
It looks like a plain metal tube. It's got like one little viewing window, which is over the submersible's toilet, for one thing.
Yes.
And it's controlled with a Logitech like off-brand gaming controller. And Stockton Rush is on video saying,
I think I used to buy 5 of these in bulk once.
Yeah.
LAN PC idea I had.
And Stockton Rush was quoted as saying that he got the lights from Camper World. So a lot of off-the-shelf parts.
It also had an elevator button to go up.
Yep, it did.
Actually, I think
that's funny.
That's kind of funny, actually. Yeah.
It had no radio or like really any means of communication with the surface other than text message through Starlink, which is your Elon Musk connection. So like it would have to rely on the surface vessel to tell it where to go. It got lost all the time for like hours. And
they said it text messages.
Yes.
The navigation was text messages.
and so, yeah, they took this thing, which, by the way, was never certified by anyone. No one ever inspected it.
Is there a certifying body for mini subs like
yes,
this?
There is, yes.
Oh, okay.
It's called the free market.
There's 3. Like, Lloyd's will certify a submersible.
Lloyd's will certify anything, yeah, okay.
A DNV, which is, I want to say Norwegian, possibly German, but they're another big commercial one. And then the US, Bureau of Shipping will also do it.
What the hell are you shipping on a submarine? Well, I guess cocaine probably.
Cocaine, yeah.
But any of them will like.
You gotta bring in your narco sub. Is this
good?
This is good.
That's why this was filmed. I bet you.
That you remember that Coast Guard guy who was like standing on the narco sub trying to like hammer the door open? That was like a regulatory issue. That's the only reason.
Yeah, it was like, do you have a license for this?
It's like you can't make wake in a harbor. Bam, 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 bam.
Oh my God! Yeah, you just narco sub your way past the no wake sign. You knock over the buoy.
Holding up a banner that just says, "What do you think no wake zone means?"
Yeah, it's the American Bureau of Shipping will also certify a submersible. And so all of the people who like run submersibles professionally wrote at length many times to Stockton Rush to say, hey, you're gonna get yourself and probably a bunch of paying customers killed in this thing. And it kind of gives us all a bad name, which it absolutely has.
I assume.
Yeah, he did. He said that this like stifles innovation. He said that there were like baseless cries that he was going to kill someone.
Well, I guess they weren't so baseless, were they? He's human being soup at the moment, so.
They call him Stockton the Brush because he brushes off his critics.
But they shouldn't call him that because he also refused to
hated that.
paint the submersible in any color that would be visible to rescuers. He left it painted white because he didn't like the idea of painting it orange or yellow.
I don't like that.
Moron, goddamn. Not that it would have mattered, as he's again currently crab food, but
Yeah, I mean, he cited in this blog post about he cited Tesla specifically as an innovation.
Oh my God.
As the driver of innovation, but like before regulation. And then he got a bunch of.
How'd that go for him?
He got a bunch of paying passengers, 2 billionaires, but like and like one of their kids and like a Titanic historian, who I do feel bad for.
Which is a bummer, along with the kid, because it's just like, yeah, like that sounds so cool, and it's just like no one.
Well, the kid was smart enough not to want to do it. Like he was trying to talk his dad out of it, and his dad was like, no, you gotta get in this fucking submarine. And
It's
to me,
Father's Day, bitch.
This is a real victory for the anxiety disorder community, because anytime anyone suggests anything to me and I say I don't want to, I'm scared, and they say no, you should do it, it'll be fine, I can just say,
Come
well, you know
on, it'll
what,
be fine. Well, you
I
know
gotta
what
go with
happened?
the instinct, because look at this fucking this poor kid who just got mulched, like because his dad thought, no, it's gonna be fine. So I feel bad for the like passengers, right? This guy, on the other hand, who like effectively murder-suicided them.
Yes.
Yeah, he's crab food. I'm really liking the phrase crab food.
Do they have crabs that deep?
Yeah, they got crabs.
I don't want to think about
a
that.
whole...
Don't make me think about shit that's down there.
No,
Please don't do it.
I watched the
Please don't.
James Cameron documentary yesterday
Nope.
about going way down in the deep, and like
go in the hole.
they picked up a whole bunch of shrimp, like they were exotic shrimp that no one had seen ever before. Yeah, but you know they picked them up in a trap, and I was like, okay, they're sending these out for scientific examination. But how do they taste? They look delicious.
This is I don't want to eat the deep sea beasts in general.
No, it's
they might be
creepy
good,
and weird.
though.
And I don't like them.
There was one take that I really sort of disagreed with, which was as we were doing the rounds. I
You
saw
put them in a nice etouffee, it'd probably be delicious.
I do like
we
etouffee.
can't grant
You're right.
Cajuns access to the deep sea. I've been making as bad taste jokes about this as anyone because I love that shit and I love when billionaires die, right? But like,
Get in the submersible, Pierre.
one of the things that like made me feel like this was a bad take was the take some people had, which is not like billionaires, whatever, but it's bad that to be like exploring the Titanic for touristic purposes or whatever because people died there. I'm like, people die fucking everywhere. That's one of our favorite things to do, is die places. You can't walk around anywhere without somebody having died on it.
Most people do it eventually.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I think it's also like the thing is 13,000 feet down. If you want to, like, you are free to do so. Obviously, this is just kind of arrogant dude thinks he knows better than everyone else and kills a bunch of people in the process.
I also think that, like, with a program like this, you're getting somebody who's going to probably cut corners with, say, respecting the wreck. Like, if he had any means, he'd probably be souvenir hunting or he'd be crashing into it and
I
damaging
had that
it
thought,
further.
too, that, like, fuck this guy specifically for doing it.
If they got down there, I sort of doubt that this guy would have been respectful of the wreck. So, like...
Yeah.
Yeah, that wreck's gonna turn into mush anyway. You know,
Yeah,
I
like
don't even think that like
also,
you
like,
know,
I think people
souvenir
have this-
hunting. I think is actually a good thing. I'm gonna be
Yeah,
honest with
I
you.
mean, also like after 100 and what, like 16 years, something like, and like people think there's gonna
111.
be. People think there's going to be a shitload of skeletons down there. I was like, no, it's too
they're all
deep.
powder, right.
Yeah, exactly. It's too deep and it's too old. They're just going to be squished. You know, all those people are mulch now.
Yeah, I don't get the fascination with the Titanic in general. Like there was a lot of ocean liners. Some of them are even still floating. I mean, you know, you can take this money.
episode
You
about
could-
it.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
You can come to Philly and hang out with me and Roz on the SS United States. It's like not that far from our house.
Yeah, no, they are evicting. They're trying to evict the SS United States from its berth.
What are they gonna
like,
do? They're gonna
next
they're gonna
month.
float a tug up the Delaware and try to move that bitch? Hell no.
Yeah, that's how it got there in the first place.
That's like, they're gonna like send it to India and scrap it, and it's like, well, why are you looking at the Titanic when you could like look at actually existing ocean liners, which are still floating and you can go in and maybe, not like have them be destroyed slowly over a long time by nature because they haven't sank. There are floating ocean liners. I don't get it.
Because they made that movie with Kate Winslet, and because we like flirting with death, it reminds us that we're alive.
I sure do.
Yeah, so like they get down there, and the guy presses the turbo button on the controller by accident, and it just implodes the sub. And then we have to fuck around for 3 days working out how much oxygen we think they have left, like they have cusked themselves. And we're sort of like all feeling very bad about them, dying one of the most horrible ways we can imagine. When actually, no, they didn't know anything about it. It was like, faster than any possible reaction time. He presses the turbo button and the lights go out. That's it. That's as far as deaths go. It's pretty good.
This does not rate very high on the Liam Fear Index. I will say that.
You
if I'm gonna die, I don't want to know the first fucking thing about it.
It would have happened like as fast as like running over a toothpaste tube with a Hummer at a highway speed. Like that's it.
Yeah. I mean,
I
like
say,
people
you
like
could have gotten the same experience, in fact, a much better one, because you wouldn't have to stare through a tiny window by going down to the IKEA on Delaware Avenue and looking at the SS United States. I don't get it. None of this.
I was saying.
None of this makes sense.
Swedish meatballs.
You could have some Swedish meatballs. You could buy a blahage.
You could stop by beer peddlers and use their bathroom. They're very friendly in there.
You don't have to like cram into a tiny tube with 4 other dudes and then get imploded with them.
Yeah.
That's just driving in my GTI.
Like
I'm
creepy underwater shit.
That this guy he is not wearing shoes in the submarine.
Can you imagine that being the last thing before you die? Is this dude's fucking dogs?
What if you spent
like
$250,000?
How do you think we paid for this submarine, sir?
You spent $250,000 to get in the submarine, and you didn't realize your sock had a hole in it, and you didn't realize you would have to take your shoes off, and now you're embarrassed.
Oh god damn! The other thing that's really funny about this is that he was running this at a loss. He wasn't making money on this.
What?
Because passion project.
Charging $250,000 a person.
He was very bad at running a business. The way that he framed it was like, we charge $250,000 per person, and in one trip we spend $1 million on fuel. And it's like,
bro, what?
For fuck's sake, dude. So
I guess the fuel is for the boat, but I was like, what is fuel for?
it's. Yeah, I mean, rich people are different, man. They want to die so bad.
I was about to say,
not in the way that you or I might want to die. They want to die in exotic ways, hurling themselves up Everest or into the fucking Challenger Deep or whatever the fuck.
That would be a fun episode to be Mount Everest.
Let's do it.
Stop
who do
going
we know that mountains?
Go to the bar.
Yes. You can go on an airplane too.
I don't know, bring Dr. Eleanor back on. That would be fun.
Yeah.
For Mount Everest?
Yeah, I don't know. Just haven't had her on in a while.
Just like, we missed you. Can you come talk about something that we don't know?
None of us know anything about it, yeah. In other news. That's right, 3 news items.
That's right, because we had to talk about this one. Just to really balance out the first one, where everyone's gonna get mad and yell at us. I can really get my NAFO on,
Yevgeny Prigozhin and the boys went for a nice drive on a Saturday.
Yevgeny Prigozhin, the guy whose name means roughly Gene Handsome, who used to be Putin's personal chef. And then was Putin's personal mercenary. Got kind of pissed off at the Ministry of Defense for trying to formalize and formally subordinate his PMC Wagner, which has committed every number of war crimes you can imagine.
All of them. All of them.
Yeah, and turned him around and managed
and he's
to...
he's a big Peter Gabriel fan. Loves that song Sledgehammer.
Yeah, he turned his like war criminals around and he captured Rostov-on-Don, which is like a fairly major city in southern Russia, including the headquarters of the Southern Military District, where he like occupied the military headquarters and had a very tense meeting with a couple of generals, and was driving on Moscow, and panic ensued. They were shutting down central Moscow. They were blocking the streets. They were digging up the highway with excavators, which is going to take some fixing as well. And then, as we were really getting into the swing of it on Twitter, inexplicably, instead of invading Moscow, what happened was he got a phone call from Alexander Lukashenko, the president of Belarus, and they had what has been described by Lukashenko's press secretary as a masculine and hard conversation, which I don't know. They're very
Do you
erotic.
want potato? Do you want potato in exchange for life?
So yeah,
I have tractor.
You can ride tractor with Steven Seagal. So Lukashenko.
How bad did that hurt your throat to do?
Oh, real bad.
I don't know how Milo does it.
Yeah, really. Doing Luka, it takes something out of you. But yeah, he called Prigozhin up and was like, why don't you get exiled to Belarus instead? It's sort of heavily implied, and then, you know, Putin doesn't have you killed, which for now seems to have worked, which is a totally unexpected outcome. And so I kind of assume that Prigozhin is going to get killed at some point later, but for now, Putin's authority is, I think, fatally compromised, and within a matter of months or years, you will find that a lot of people are deciding when it's a good idea to have private army, and eventually someone's going to think it's a good idea to make Mr. President retire to his country villa, and, you know, continue his service to the people from there.
I really think they did not exhaust all their options before, to delay this convoy, because they went up the Russian M4 highway, which is a toll road, and all you have to do is really, they're all in these Tatra 8x8 military transports and all this shit. They got heavy vehicles, really, really jack up the tolls on heavy vehicles. Open all the way stations. They're going to be stuck there for weeks.
Pull over! We got everybody's grandpas to like
bad, though.
Drive their Lada Samaras in front of the column at like 5 kilometers an hour.
I don't disagree with your political agenda, but your vehicle is overweight.
Can you even fit a T-54 through a toll booth?
Thought about it. Take the toll booth with you at that point.
Here is a T90S, which has like thrown one of the skirts above its tracks, trying to get out of, amusingly enough, the entrance to a circus in Rostov. So they shot down a couple of Russian Air Force helicopters. There, as far as I know, there might have been a couple of minor gunfights. But then you didn't see really like urban combat in the streets of Moscow, which it could have plausibly come to. And had it come to that, like Prigozhin and Wagner would still have been fucked, right? Like they would still have lost, but it would have been like incredibly embarrassing, like even more than it has been now. So Putin has like managed to save face weirdly through Lukashenko.
That must be embarrassing.
Yeah. I mean, as like a loyalty test, all of the like local governors were sort of like stuck with Putin. Ramzan Kadyrov stuck with Putin. So he's like better off in that respect than some people would have thought. But yeah, I think in the long term, and I mean the long term here, I think it's Jova. I think like Putinism is kind of like busted flush at this point. But that doesn't mean the war is either.
Congratulations to the new strongest leader in the European Far East, Alexander Lukashenko.
Well, like, genuinely, I think the joke that one of the Ukrainian politicians made was that, Putin started out the morning as the second most powerful leader in the world and ended it as the second most powerful leader in Russia. It's also a heartwarming tale of, for sure. It's also a heartwarming tale of friendship, because a large part of this was because Putin just will not fire his Minister of Defense, Sergei Shoigu. Like, that I don't know why. I don't know whether, like, Shoigu has something on him or whether, like, Putin just likes him, but, like, he will not let go of that guy. And that's a great example of, like, cronyism for the ages, you know?
And it's also a great tale of the boys going out for a nice drive on a Saturday, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
You're really milking that specific joke, huh?
Yeah, because it's good. It's good. I'm glad for Mr. Pringle and his friends. You know, going out, driving a bunch of big trucks. You know, and then coming back home.
There is another dumb take on this, which is that this is the CIA bribing Prigozhin to do this, which is fucking stupid. Some people link it with the, like, accounting error news item from, like, a couple months ago. That's also stupid. Yeah, so, I mean, it's bad. A less stable Russia is as bad, but less predictable in a lot of ways. And it's a grim portent of things to come. But in the meantime, at least we know that there will be lots of posts about it, and that's the most important thing.
Posts are important.
Mm-hmm.
In other news, which have 4 newses. That was like,
gee,
we're at least
how come you have 4 newses?
At least we're ostensibly a leftist podcast. I figure we should talk about the Wabtec strike, at least briefly. So Wabtec is the tattered remnants of GE Transportation, which was the company that built locomotives for a long time, General Electric. Their division, they sold it off to this company called Wabtec, which is sort of the private equity tattered remnants of Westinghouse Air Brake Corporation. All this stuff has gone through so many owners now. You know? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they make the Civil War era braking systems. Yeah,
It's very funny to describe a corporation as a Civil War form of, like, business governance.
Yeah, so that they've sort of since Wabtec took over from GE Transportation. This is in Erie, Pennsylvania, where they make the locomotives there. You know, the unions at the plant have you know, they've lost a lot of their rights that they had under the previous owners because Wabtec is, you know, a young go-getter corporation, despite the fact that they're over 170 years old. But you know, they're much more anti-union. The current strike right now is by the United Electrical Radio and Machine Workers of America. The strike is not over pay, to my knowledge, but mostly over grievances. In that, if you file a grievance as, you know, a worker, as a union worker, the company simply does not address it, and you're not allowed to strike over those grievances not being addressed.
Cool. So you just can't have a functional union at all. Awesome.
Yes, I mean, essentially, they're like, okay, well, you don't have any rights, but you also are not allowed to strike over the fact you don't have any rights. Well, they struck anyway. Yeah. Wabtec threatened to lay off about 275 workers at the plant, replace them with contractors recently if they did not accept the contract. They did not accept the contract. Everyone's on strike. The plant is not moving. You know, and this has been covered in, you know, sort of leftist press recently, I think, somewhat extensively. I do think there is some extent here where the broader context is missed, which is that the locomotive industry is in real bad shape right now. There's been essentially no new locomotive orders in 5 years. One of the things the workers want is they're like, we want to, in this new contract, we want to build green locomotives. And, you know, this is another sort of thing where it's like, that would be good. And then they should be doing that. But also the way our policy structure is set up is that the only green locomotives you can build are the ones that don't work. You know, battery, hydrogen, so on and so forth, as opposed to overhead wire, which is something that has been built at this plant in the past, is, you know, overhead wire electric locomotives. You know, but the sort of it's important because, you know, the workers need to win, but I also think it's important to look at the context of the whole railroad industry is still going to shit in incredibly stupid ways. You know, and you know, between Wabtec and Progress Rail, which is the private equity, shitty, tattered remnants of
Electromotive division, yeah. You know, nothing is getting built. Progress Rail has done a lot more progress in union busting than Wabtec has. But you know, the whole industry is falling apart.
Right.
You know, and this, I don't know. It's a depressing situation. I don't know how to resolve it. I mean, I hope the workers win, but the other thing is, you know, I hope that there's still a locomotive industry at some point.
Yeah, it just sounds like you need like root and branch reform of the entire way that American railroads work.
You kind of need to just nationalize everything. You know, there's another thing. Had there not been so much news, I would have talked about the Canadian Air Resources Board. You know, the railroad regulations, which are like, well, you need to invest in this fake technology that doesn't work by 2030.
Oh, cool. We love greenwashing, don't we?
Yeah, exactly, right? You know, and the industry is like, we can't do that because it's fake technology that doesn't work. But we also don't want to use the real technology that does work, which no one ever considered in the first place. I don't know. This has been eating at me for a bit.
Sort of like the plug-in hybrids to the electric car, if you like.
Yeah, no one's looking at the whole elephant of the situation. You know, we're all blind men looking at feeling different parts of the elephant. It's just like I know enough about the elephant that, you know, I'm frustrated at how it's being covered.
Yeah, they're all on like the elephant like ass or whatever.
Yes. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, there's a solution to every single problem in the world, and that's overhead electric rail electrification. You know.
Yeah, electrification, nationalization, Soviet power.
Soviet power and the electrification of the entire country. Yes.
Yeah. At this point, it's not going to get much worse. So I figured, fuck it, throw in the Soviet power. Why not, man?
Ye of little faith.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, no, I know. It's I keep telling everybody it's gonna get worse before it gets better. Don't worry.
Hey, Lenin, get walking around the world. I just wanted to mention that. Anyway, so let's actually do an episode now that we're 45 minutes in.
I just told Corinne we're not gonna be done till that.
I mean, look, we knew the submarine was gonna take for fucking ever. So
yeah. Okay, so I did a couple slides and did the vaguest of notes possible.
Attaboy.
Yeah,
this
exactly.
looks like a sort of a spicy piece of metal here.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It's like Taki's Blue Hot.
Yes.
I like the empty Coke bottle and the like sort of, you know, brush and the like ashtray and shit like right next to it. This was like sterile lab conditions in you know, in the 40s.
It's fine.
I don't want to drink that Coke. I really don't. No, I don't.
It's Nuka-Cola now.
They made Nuka-Cola real. Yeah.
So, all right, I guess we first must ask ourselves, what is nuclear?
Okay, so stuff is made out of little miniature stuff called atoms, because that's the Greek for the smallest thing. And those atoms, they have a nucleus. And if you split that nucleus, then the bunch of energy gets released and goes in different directions unpredictably, which like actually quite predictably, which smacks off into a bunch of other nuclei, and there's nuclear fission. And in so doing, it releases a lot of energy in the form of, amongst other things, ionizing radiation, which is very bad for you, as the dude doing this cool party trick found out when he did the cool party trick wrong.
Well, this is a recreation of the party trick, but yes.
Were they using the actual core for the recreation?
Oh, that's really tempting fate. Right?
I don't think so. Because you could probably recreate it.
Won't
with
happen to
stainless
me.
Steel. Yeah.
I'm just built different.
Yeah, I'm just built different. Yeah. Yeah, we have a picture here of the infamous Demon Core, where while they were doing experiments on how to build an atomic bomb at Los Alamos or Oak Ridge, I forget which, a guy was prying open 2/2 of otherwise critical uranium.
It was plutonium.
core.
It was plutonium. This is a
It's
plutonium core,
yes.
And yeah, it's meant to be kept apart with like wooden blocks. And his fun party trick was to like knock the wooden blocks out with a screwdriver, and then just sort of like go like ooh ooh and like tease the criticality with a screwdriver, which I guess gets a big laugh out of a room full of nuclear physicists.
He was edging the core.
Yeah, he was
so
gooning
much
the core.
cowboy
Yeah.
shit.
Don't say, come on. I'm
He
so tired
gooned
of
the
talking
core.
about. Stop it.
And
gooning.
like previously, a guy had like fucked up alone experimenting with this core and given himself a fatal dose of radiation.
I'll do it.
Yeah, and then this different guy, Lewis Slowson, was like fucking around with it and also gave himself the different like a different kind of radiation, or the same kind. No, he gave himself the same kind of radiation poisoning in a different way. Also, I should say the guy was also like probably wearing cowboy boots at the time he did this because
God bless him.
There was a lot of cowboy shit going on in the Manhattan Project. I will say.
Yes, yeah, and he slipped, like he slipped, and he got. If you remember the Therac 25 episode, was it Therac 23? I never remember, but we talked
25,
about like measurements of radiation exposure. He got like 1.14 grays or 114 rads of gamma radiation in like a second. Yeah.
Well, happens to the best of us.
Yeah. So that's what is nuclear.
Us?
Yeah.
And they blew up that core in a nuclear bomb test later on.
They did. We got to talk about what is the nuclear bomb.
It's
The
like
answer is
a really fucked up bowling accident where you're bowling with explosives and the pins are also explosive and the entire bowling hall is also explosive. Right?
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, basically, you take one of these highly radioactive cores, and they go critical, which means they release a lot of radiation. But that's not enough. You need more than that, right? You got to make them go supercritical. So you put it in the middle of a bunch of conventional explosives, right? Or maybe you put it at the end of a bunch of explosives. You detonate all those explosives, and then that compresses the core till it's so dense and it's under so much pressure, it becomes supercritical, and there's all kinds of these nuclear reactions that go on, and then it explodes much bigger.
Yeah, releases a lot of
any
energy
normal.
in the form of like heat and light and ionizing radiation, and it fucking knocks a house over or vaporizes a house, and also you.
And then if you're
I'll
very
stand under
smart,
those.
you will do a fusion bomb instead, where there is, a conventional fission bomb, and then there's all this bullshit down here, which is a bunch of, I forget what it is. Shit. I should have written down notes. That was moronic. Well, there were words here, but I changed the background to black, so I can't see them anymore. This is all supposed to be classified information anyway, so we shouldn't be telling you.
Yeah, what, the way that a fusion bomb works is
The way a fusion bomb works.
Yeah, so what you have is some classified material wrapped around another classified material, wrapped around which is wrapped some uranium, and then you have that as a sort of secondary adjunct to a fission bomb, right, of the first or second kind.
I actually got this image from one of the Mar-a-Lago bathroom readers.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of stuff in these that we don't know about. I like talking about fog bank, which is a material. In the words of a former general manager of Oak Ridge National Laboratory, the material is classified, its composition is classified, its use of a weapon is classified, and the process of manufacturing it is classified.
It was so actually some of my coworkers did a bunch of reporting on this. It was so heavily classified that they actually lost the institutional knowledge how to make it, and I think they had to reverse engineer it.
Yeah, they have to do it from first principles. So yeah, we've gone from a period from the first atomic bombs, where part of the sort of the horror and the Oppenheimeriness of it all was the knowledge that pretty much any sufficiently determined industrialized country could make one whenever they felt like
Haven't people done this like at Stanford? Just like, yeah, we built basically a tiny,
It's
at least prove that we can
remarkably
do it.
easy to build.
Right.
A fission
The
bomb,
problem
yeah.
is getting the material, right?
Yes.
That's what I know.
Yeah, the only guy who knew how to make the fog bank material turned out to be Carl. He worked at
Carl.
It was like a combination like Sunoco and a chicken shop somewhere in like just 13 miles outside of Oak Ridge.
Oh yeah, like the mud they use for Major League Baseball from that one specific location on the Delaware that they won't tell us where it is. It's
Yes.
in South Jersey. Yeah, that's good old Carl, man. He only charges $13 a barrel for fog bank.
Exactly.
God knows where he gets it.
We don't ask questions about Carl. He comes, he smokes his unfiltered Winstons, and he leaves.
Yes.
So this is the way in which Carl could end all human life, right?
Well, no, he doesn't have the rest of the material.
No,
That's
he
true.
just has fog bank.
He has fog tank. He
Fine,
comes out and
fine.
gets the barrels from behind the chicken coop.
This is the way in which the U.S. Navy, U.S. Air Force, Russian strategic rocket forces, Chinese strategic rocket forces, Israeli military, Royal Navy, French Navy, Pakistani army, Indian army, and possibly, if they feel like it, the Korean People's Army. I'm sure I'm missing one, but I think off the top of my head, that's it.
South Africa.
And at
No,
one
South
point,
Africa abandoned their nuclear.
yeah.
Oh,
At
okay.
one point, the South African Defense Forces could end all human life in an afternoon. Well, in like 20 minutes.
Also Pepsi?
Yeah, Pepsi for a minute.
Pepsi for a hot minute, yeah.
Yeah. And so much of politics since 1945 has been about how we don't do that. And
it's playing nuclear hot potato. Yeah.
Yeah. And so far, against all odds, we have managed it. At time
So
of
far we've
recording.
only used it in anger twice at Japan. This is the main use of nuclear weapons, is to murder a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Here we see the city of Hiroshima, which has been de-citified. There's no city left. This is the primary use of nuclear bombs, is to kill a whole bunch of people. But it's also useful to have a really big explosive for other reasons.
Huh. Can you
Which is
name
why-
some of them over the course of perhaps another hour or so?
I can't. But
Another
our
hour,
guest
she says,
can.
believing her own shit.
So these are just a few pictures of just kind of interesting I guess, early Cold War nuclear experiments, because, the technology was so new that we just were screwing around with it to see what we could do. On the left, you have, I believe, a rod of plutonium.
Oh, one of those drop and run ones.
I don't know exactly what it is.
Cobalt 60.
Oh, wait, is it cobalt? Did I just misread the caption? Okay.
No. I mean, the drop and run
Okay.
rod is Cobalt 6. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I
this
think
one
you
is.
also want to drop and run after
Yeah,
this.
Ross, it's not like you're gonna be what? You're gonna take it down to the bar and be like, "Hey guys, look what I found. I don't know where the lead-lined briefcase that it lives in is."
I would instantly do that.
no,
Yeah, I
tasty.
would bring it. Yeah, delicious.
So,
Turning a fucking one of these rods into like a salt shaker.
Oh. Novelty drink straw. I hollowed it out with a drill.
Oh, I would do that. That sounds fun. A neat party trick when my drink starts bubbling for no apparent reason.
God, no.
yeah, so that's bubbling because I believe that plutonium rod is reacting with itself so much that it's actually boiling the water in the beaker there. In the middle, you have like a portable X-ray that they came up with. I'm guessing they don't still use this for safety reasons.
No, probably not. I really like, just to focus back in on the first one for a minute, that what you've done is sort of nuclear power with like none of the bullshit like bureaucratics like steps in between
Right, this
the
is
nuclear
freewheeling,
the
right.
power. Yeah, you just like
Yeah, you just-
huck it into the water like a used car battery, right?
Yeah,
And
you just throw the spicy rock in the water.
it's so long as you don't need to use the water for anything, you're imparting a lot of energy into that water.
It's heavy water now. It's used for So, there on the right, I just threw it in because I know there's some Pennsylvanians on the show, and that was an early reactor in Pennsylvania. Next slide.
It says Oak Ridge, Tennessee, right there, bud.
So, one of the big focuses for how to use nuclear energy was in July 1957, the University of California Radiation Laboratory at Livermore, there might be a shorter name for it, established something that they called Project Plowshare. So the name is a biblical reference. It's, quote, beat their swords into plowshares, unquote, whatever that stuff. Next slide. They wanted to find non-genocidal uses for nuclear weapons, peacetime stuff, infrastructural. I'm sure there were other ideas talked about in meetings. So they figured that
We're gonna build this stuff anyway. We may as well use it.
Right. Listen, highway widening projects don't just happen.
Good point. You could wipe out a couple black neighborhoods real quick.
Exactly. Who says, it's not genocide when we're doing it to our own people, dude. Right? That's how it works?
Yeah. Oh my god.
I think Acacia by Design is going to have a field day with this one.
I see the mention of like underground testing as well, which we started doing pretty quickly. I say we, the Americans, started doing pretty quickly, and then I guess realized that that's a good way to move. I say move to disintegrate large amounts of Earth very quickly.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay.
I mean, basically, they thought it was going to be maybe more economical. And the uses for it, as you mentioned, underground stuff, they were talking about blasting out caverns for storing natural gas or just accessing resources like natural gas, making reservoirs, dams, like you could blow up the side of a mountain and then the rubble would just cascade into the river and you got a dam. Or you could even chain a bunch of them together for bigger projects. And also, just because this is a left-wing podcast, I'll also bring up the fact that the Soviets had a similar program conceived in 1949, but they didn't really get theirs rolling until, I think, about 1965. It was called Nuclear Explosions for the National Economy.
That's a that's a great
punk album name.
Yeah, I've seen those guys perform with Crass, actually, I think.
I mean, ironically, you could say that about the U.S. program, too, seeing as our national economy is underpinned by arms dealing. Next slide. So the best known of these proposals, and one of the very earliest, came in 1958. This is Project Chariot you're looking at. It was a proposal to use 5 hydrogen bombs to excavate a harbor in Alaska. So, according to a Princeton University report I found on this, the DOE, Department of Energy, really, really, really wanted this to happen. They got on site, they drilled boreholes, to scout basically just to get the thing ready. They apparently even transported at least one warhead there, and also soil contaminated that was from the Nevada test site. So even though this is Alaska, there were people who were unhappy. The locals, the Inupiat. Surprise, the U.S. government doesn't give a shit about the indigenous people. They didn't want the U.S. government to nuke where they live, which is understandable, I think. There was a rumor circulating among the local populace that the U.S. government had already buried a warhead there. The U.S. government said, the boreholes aren't big enough for a nuke. It later came out they were lying, and the boreholes were big enough for the bombs. The locals ended up winning out, but they still had to do an environmental remediation because the boreholes were contaminated with a crap ton of diesel, apparently. I have no idea why that was in there.
Oh, because you can just like dump diesel fuel anywhere you want until about like 2000, I guess.
I was about to say, yeah, my understanding here is also that there was no economic reason for this harbor. It just didn't make sense to do it except as a demonstrator project, but the harbor would not have been useful.
Get a big pair of binoculars and you can look at Russia.
Yeah,
Clearly a guy, like a white guy in an office trying to pick somewhere he doesn't think there are people, right? Like, after Nevada.
Exactly.
It's
Right.
difficult to make a harbor in Nevada. You need a long chain of nukes.
Although I
Desert.
believe because I don't have a personal huge knowledge of Alaskan railways, but I do have access to it. There was at one point a railroad that went here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like Alaskan infrastructure that was sort of like only built for Second World War and then Cold War purposes. And
Yeah,
sort of like
it was built for mining in like 1880, and it was gone by 1890.
Exactly, and it's like sort of half abandoned and like leads you to strange places, like the highway that goes between nowhere and nowhere, or like the one town you can only get through a shared use railroad tunnel.
Alaska's weird.
Alaska's real weird.
It's like, I don't know.
Shout out friend of the show, Happy Sweetman. You bet you can.
So anyway, a military official apparently admitted that they had actually left behind a bomb.
Another classic
we were doing
US
inventory one day.
Forgetting your nuclear weapons.
We've lost so many of them, dude.
Broken arrows, baby. There's a bunch out there.
Yeah.
I made jokes about Ukrainian loose nukes, but like we have a lot of loose nukes too. I mean,
yeah, one of which is in Roz's basement.
That's not mine.
Oh, okay.
So,
all right.
Also, the contaminated waste from the Nevada test site, they just buried it, and apparently it wasn't declassified until the 90s. Today, the residents of Point Hope nearby have one of the highest cancer rates in the country, and cancer is the leading cause of death. Officially, the reason why this didn't happen, as you mentioned, it's basically they didn't have a use for it, and they realized it, and they're like, wait, why are we doing
funding? Right.
But officially, it was because of pushback from the locals, which, I mean, clearly we know they didn't really give a fuck about. There was a lot of callousness that was kind of, I'm not going to say pervasive, but there was callousness in the plowshare program. And this was not the last occasion on which that would cause a problem. Next slide. So,
that's
God.
I don't care for this at all.
This is not good.
Wait.
Not good.
Wiki
Not good.
feet, Bob.
So I just wanted to picture conventional explosives because we have to talk about the role that conventional explosive testing played in plowshare. And this was, I Googled bomb, and this came up, and I thought this would be like a good shock.
Because you enjoy sort of like brain poisoning your friends.
Yes, I love exposing people to Nintendo fetish porn.
He do be having some juicy toes though.
Please.
No, you wanted to talk about deep sea fucking like life forms after I didn't want to talk about it. Now we're gonna talk about Nintendo foot fetish porn. This is what you want, advertisers. This is what you want. You want this.
We are never doing an exclusive deal with Spotify, are we?
No.
We're never getting that Joe Rogan money, and you know why? It's because of your goddamn Nintendo feet pornography.
Which I think is kind of hot.
Their business model doesn't work.
Single-handedly stopping us from selling out, keeping us honest by the force of your own perversion.
I'm kind of pointy. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You guess you've got a short fuse. Anyway, so Chariot was like the best known proposal from this program, but it was far from the most extreme and even further from the one that progressed the furthest. That's because I actually did do a bunch of tests. First, like I mentioned, with conventional explosives. From my study of one of the projects, I went full special interest on one of them at one point, which we'll get to later. They used conventional tests as kind of a proof of concept for the bigger, more expensive, and more consequential nuclear tests. They were basically designed to escalate in scale as they learned more about how excavation worked. they started out by basically figuring out how different surfaces, there's a word for ground, like forms of Earth reacted.
Terrains, I suppose?
Yeah, that's the one, I think, terrain. Just different terrains to figure out how they'd react. Like, how big of a hole does this make? How does the material scatter? And so they could model the scattering of fallout. It's all just kind of like to make sure they know how the nukes are going to play out when they use them. They're kind of boring. So let's just talk about the nukes. Next slide.
Oh, thank God.
So December 10th, 1961, Project GNOME is detonated. That's GNOME.
Project Dwarf Fortress.
Yeah.
Project Boat Murder. Project Eurist.
Proprietor idiot.
I'm big
Have
enough
a
to make an
Rimworld
Hoffman.
go.
Okay, so...
Do not ask about the Rimworld guys' politics. They are not good.
So this was supposed to be 1958, like back when Chariot was going, but it got delayed by the nuclear testing moratorium. It was the first continental weapons test outside of the Nevada test site since the Trinity explosion. Trivia. So they had learned from a detonation in 1957 called Operation Plum Bob that nuclear detonations, they make a ton of radioactive isotopes for testing or whatever they wanted to use that for, but they end up embedded in molten rock and like they're inaccessible. GNOME, they decided that they would detonate it underground in a salt mine. The idea was you could pump water into the cavern afterward, use the residual heat to make electricity, and then extract the isotopes from the salt. Which I think sounds pretty clever.
That's elegant. Yeah, like scientifically, that's smart. Yeah.
Yeah. So what they did was, you've got the diagram there. They detonated a 3.1 kiloton bomb under a salt dome in New Mexico. I think that's about 1/5 the yield of Little Boy, so very small
tiny
nuclear
bomb. Oh, like yeah.
Just a little guy.
a moose-boosh, you know?
Yeah.
Like, littlest boy.
So
small bean, right? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a small bean bomb.
So this detonation was supposed to self-seal the cavern, but it didn't, and it unintentionally vented radioactive steam. Fortunately, the isotopes...
And created the world's fastest object, I believe. I think this is the one where they had, like, at the end of all of this, behind the giant sort of, like, plugged cavern and the thing that was supposed to self-seal, at the top of the shaft, there is, like a manhole cover, essentially. Just, like, put something over it so you don't fall down the shaft, right? That thing is on a high-speed camera for 1 frame, and it goes up, and it's gone.
I know what you're talking about. I don't know if that's this test, but...
I really hope so, because I love telling that story.
Either that manhole cover, plug, whatever, either it was doing 5 times escape velocity or something, or more likely, it was probably just vaporized.
No, I like to believe it's up there now.
I do too. But we'll never know.
Ruining an alien's day. Oh, that
We
was
shot
Plum
down-
Bob. It was
Hey,
Operation
man, what
Plum
the
Bob.
fuck?
Excuse me.
We shot down Voyager with it.
Yeah, we brought down. Oh my god, I'm not on Steam.
Holly Bridge 3. That sounds kinky.
Oh.
Anyway,
Devin, don't let that go on the screen because there's classified information on there.
I will sell you his Steam. I could probably figure out his Steam login. Actually, I built the computer.
No, I'm just there's these notifications that show up in the corner. It's very annoying.
It is very
I
annoying.
thought I had them turned off, and apparently not.
I'm a big fan of just leaving all my shit just wide open. You know, if I die, I die. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. It was the Pascal B test. They had a 900. They had a 900 kilogram cap on the top of it. It just got launched vertically at 6 times escape velocity.
my dad did that with a Folgers can and like a couple silver salutes when he was 8, and they never saw a can again. So I guess that's in orbit too. So anyway, the radioactive steam, the isotopes decayed pretty quickly, and that did not end up being a problem. Next slide.
really wasn't expecting to have photos here.
Oh yeah. I actually have never seen one of these episodes, so I just decided to try to make it good. So
For a change, yeah.
Oh, make my presentation good is what I mean. Anyway, so the detonation ended up carving open a cavern 170 feet wide, 90 feet tall. They waited 6 months to even drill into it. And even then, the temperature inside was still 140 degrees Fahrenheit.
Ooh, nice. What's that in Celsius? 140, yeah. Say 60 degrees. Toasty.
Yeah, that's like enough to scald your skin. Also, apparently they found pockets of molten salt that were still 1400 degrees.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
The heat and probably whatever the fuck else was going on outside the explosion formed stalactites of melted salt, and it recolored a ton of it like blue, green, and violet. The radioactivity was like basically nothing at that point. I don't know a ton about radiation doses, but I read it was only like 5 milliröntgen. I think that's like half your daily dose. If you want to see how big this hole was like with people in it, next slide.
Ooh.
Yeah. There's some dudes.
Just walking around, huh?
Mm-hmm. So
breathe that in, guys. No, it's probably too late for them. They can't hear me.
Yeah. Then on July 6, 1962, they detonated a follow-up that served as the first true nuclear excavation experiment, Project Sedan. Next slide. Yeah, they blew up a car, cracked it.
There's like a Plymouth in there. You know?
Yeah, there's like a...
Not my Barracuda.
So it actually just did that.
Yeah. My Alfa Romeo. I parked my Alfa Romeo 4C in there, put the handbrake on, got out, and started running.
No, what they did is they backed a Ford Pinto into it.
Car jokes.
So, like, almost all of these were like named for vehicles. You got Project Sedan, Chariot, Carryall, as we'll get to. I think it's etymologically like the word from before we called them SUVs. There's actually a video of this one you can find on YouTube. It's really cool, worth a watch. It looks like it's being filmed in slow-mo, but it's apparently real time because you just kind of get like, actually, wait, there's a still for it. Next slide.
Alice, you were right. There was no Barracuda sedan. I'm owning up.
So that dome there is like basically right as it's about to just kind of blast fire into the atmosphere.
Oh, wow.
This was a 104 kiloton bomb, or about 5 times the yield of Fat Man, at the bottom of a 636-foot shaft at the Nevada test site. Yeah, that dome of Earth you see there is about 300 feet tall. The blast displaced 11 million tons of Earth and registered a 4.75 on the Richter scale. The dust that it kicked up, according to a diagram, next slide, carried as far as the East Coast. This is supposed to have affected more U.S. citizens with fallout than any other single nuclear test conducted here. I think it accounted for 7% of the fallout that the U.S. government dropped on its citizens. Next slide.
Apparently, by the way, this explosion is roughly analogous to a Minuteman I ICBM, which, you know, the U.S. had, what, thousands of those?
Yeah, he'd do an airburst then, though. You know, it would be, less.
Be much worse.
Not so
like
bad. My famed nuclear
buster
weapons
thing.
apologist, Justin Rosniak.
Well, because you have that one in your basement.
Right.
Yep, that's not mine. Doesn't belong to me.
I'm just holding it for somebody. Now that makes me wonder what the yield of the explosive they dropped in the bunker in Top Gun Maverick was. Apropos of nothing. Did they nuke Iran canonically in Top Gun?
Sure. I mean, the fun thing now is that thanks to science advancement, you've got MIRVs now. So like new Minutemen, I say new, like Minutemen 3 or whatever, have like multiple warheads on each missile. Same with the Polaris one. So you just get like a bunch of different like distributed effects. You get some really cool photos out of it. Like some of the test photos, it looks like you know fucking like 8 laser beams coming down at once. It's wild.
So, we're looking at the crater left by the Sedan detonation.
Oh, that's
to
a
give you-
big hole. Okay.
Yes, yes, it
That's
is.
America's gaping pussy.
Oh, yes, the Marissy.
The nucleosi.
Yeah, the nucleosi, yeah.
Appears
Minute
to be
Mussy.
more of an asshole than a pussy to me. I don't know.
Excuse me.
Going crazy for that Duke ass.
I'm not sure why I like went straight to pussy when I looked at it. I don't know what's wrong with me, but
Strange and unusual woman, but that's okay.
that's true. It's very true. Yeah, that's America's hole. It's America's asshole. It's America's boy
So-
pussy.
Stop that.
Yes.
Well, it's a gaper because that's about a quarter mile wide there and 330 feet deep.
Daddy.
Man, America's a slut.
If you've been to Meteor Crater in Arizona, I don't know if anybody has. It's like a tourist trap on Route 66. It's cool as fuck, actually. They've got like a looping AM radio ad for it that's just fucking great. Anyway, what you're looking at is only about a third as wide and half as deep, so this is big, but you could see better. That meteor impact was estimated to be equivalent to 10 megatons, just for reference. The radiation levels at the lip of the crater 1 hour after detonation were 500 Roentgen. But it eventually dispersed, and after 7 months, you could walk on the crater floor unprotected.
I mean, this is always sort of interesting to me, is how like long-lived like radiation levels to just be walking around kind of aren't in some ways. Like Hiroshima and Nagasaki being rebuilt, having been
They
attacked.
still exist.
sort of
Yeah.
Modern now we consider like low-yield nuclear weapons and stuff. Yeah, it's I don't know. This is like one of the things about nuclear weapons that the popular imagination captured sort of like a lot of the horror, but attributed it to the wrong thing. You know?
Hey, you're not going to wind up in a sort of on the beach type situation, you know. That's actually the nuclear weapons are continuing my theme of being a nuclear weapons apologist. Not that bad.
No, what happens if there's like a full-blown nuclear exchange and your country somehow sits it out? Isn't you wait for the radiation to kill you? It's you wait to starve to death.
Yes, that's the big issue. Yeah.
So, a bunch of the subsequent detonations under Plowshare are not as well documented. Most of them are just kind of like to produce heavy elements for experimentation, to try to develop a cleaner bomb, less fallout, I guess more complete detonation, whatever you want to call that. A lot of tests to see how they would affect different types of terrain, fallout dispersal, again, just kind of upscaling the conventional weapon tests. What I want to do now is sidetrack a little bit into one of the more extreme proposals, which was my special interest. Next slide.
Ooh.
Oh,
wait,
the
no, this is-
Tennessee Tombigbee Canal.
Oh, not that one, but so yeah, they proposed digging canals with this. One of the most extreme proposals was digging another Panama Canal.
Oh, okay.
Panama Canal 2. We've made a sort of like Bangalore.
Now it's
torpedo.
nuclear.
Yeah.
Its nickname was the Panatomic Canal.
Oh, that's gorgeous. That's futurism to me.
We need a palindrome for that.
Yeah. But like, I'm very interested in sort of the physics of how you propose to create either a nuclear weapon or a series of nuclear weapons that has like a linear output like that, you know?
I think this was a sort of, fanciful drawing because and would require like a lot of grading or whatever else because it would not have looked like that. So they kind of figured out a few places they wanted to.
Bunch of guys with shovels.
Yes.
They figured out a few places they wanted to do it, including Colombia, 2 spots in Panama, and apparently one in Nicaragua as well. The idea was really just to, increase canal traffic, which they ended up doing by just widening the Panama Canal about 15 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
Imagine those conversations, by the way. Like, with a government that is perhaps a US client state, but encountering, can we detonate a nuclear weapon in your country?
Can we literally
detonate several nuclear weapons?
Yes.
Can we literally split your country in 2 with nuclear weapons?
It'll
be good for your
your country.
It'll be good for the local economy.
Why are you running away? Why are all of your young people becoming communists? All we want to do is to line up a bunch of nuclear weapons and explode your pussy apart. Sorry.
We split you in two like a coconut.
Split them in half like a piece of lumber. Yes, I know.
Yes. So this was not the biggest program that they actually proposed. Later on in 63, just to jump ahead briefly, the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory proposed using 520 bombs to cut a canal through Israel to circumvent the Suez Canal.
Now
Make of that what you will.
that is a lasting settlement for peace.
Yes.
I wrote, I'm sure Netanyahu's frothing to make a Gaza Strip canal that way.
You split both Israel and Palestine in half for a 4-state solution.
Yes.
Kind of into it. I like chaos.
So anyway, the one I wanted...
You can't operationalize from the river to the sea that way. That's my thing.
You could do a hydroelectric dam, that way, and then just sort of dump
Unify
water.
the peoples until someone floods it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Golan Flats. I don't know. So the one I wanted to focus...
Every mountain shall be made low, every valley shall be filled,
You can find biblical allusions for this any way you want.
I mean, the whole fucking name's biblical.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Next slide. So here we are. Bad start, I know, the ATSF. This is the one that...
Nuclear railway. I mean, please tell me this works like a nuclear rocket, and they're just like, we got a locomotive, a bomb at the end of it, a lot of lead shielding in the middle, and it just goes really fast.
I'm sure they wanted to do that, but
I believe there were talks between the Atomic Energy Commission, Denver and Rio Grande Western about what if there's a way to retrofit a nuclear reactor into a regular reciprocating steam locomotive. And it was enough that there was talk, but it didn't go anywhere.
I heard that once.
In the Gospels, Isaiah. Sorry.
And then there was a couple of university projects for how do we build an atomic locomotive? And it was feasible. It was just a stupid idea because the ultimate locomotive is the one that runs on overhead lines.
You can have nukes going off in the background.
You can't actually do anything better than that.
Yeah. I looked up that Denver and Rio Grande nuclear locomotive thing. I haven't found any evidence of that. I've heard the same thing. I would love to see a source on that.
It's apocryphal. I mean, that's the big thing. I mean, maybe it happened. Who knows?
Yeah. But what got closer to happening was Project Carryall, which you're looking at right here. This was a proposal that got pretty far along. Again, we can kind of blame the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railroad, the precursor to the BNSF, for this. Basically, they got wind of Project Plowshare. I don't know if it was classified or not. I figure not. And they
hard to
asked
classify once you start doing it. Once you actually blow up the harbor in Alaska.
Yeah, they're just like, oh, wonder where that came from. Don't look at that. That's
where'd the big hole come from?
Look at that. That's classified.
Yeah, that and I bet it was kind of a propaganda win to say, oh yeah, we figured out uses for nuclear weapons that's not killing everybody on the planet.
Useful cover for any of the military stuff you want to test as well.
I mean, that's their cover for basically anything.
This is a civilian nuclear bomb. That's not a military nuclear bomb.
This is a Simpsons thing.
It's this is owned by this is owned by HNTV. This is owned by ECOM. This is not a military bomb. This is a civilian bomb owned by a respectable engineering firm.
Roz. The respectable engineering firm is just Roz.
That's not mine.
Hi, it's Justin. So this is a commercial for the podcast that you're already listening to. People are annoyed by these, so let me get to the point. We have this thing called Patreon, right? The deal is you give us $2 a month, and we give you an extra episode once a month. Sometimes it's a little inconsistent, but it's $2. You get what you pay for. It also gets you our full back catalog of bonus episodes so you can learn about exciting topics like guns, pickup trucks, or pickup trucks with guns on them. The money we raise through Patreon goes to making sure that the only ad you hear on this podcast is this one. Anyway, that's something to consider if you have $2 to spare each month. Join at patreon.com/WTYP pod. Do it if you want. Or don't. It's your decision, and we respect that. Back to the show.
So they were asking the Atomic Energy Commission for help with a shortcut through the Bristol Mountains in November 1963. Next slide. So just to give you an idea where that is, that's kind of northeast of LA. It's the big obstacle between LA and Las Vegas. I almost said New Vegas.
We can talk about dams too much. And nukes,
Yeah.
for that matter.
Yeah. You got Death Valley to the north, Joshua Tree to the south. At this time, the Interstate Highway Program was also, full swing. The U.S. government was looking for a way to route Interstate 40 through the area. This is where Route 66 already was, but I-40 was supposed to, circumvent it, save some time. The Interstate Highway System will probably be an episode that you guys do one day. Next slide.
Sort of did it a long time ago, but yeah. I just want to say that the drafting on these documents is very nice.
Yeah,
I don't get that anymore.
I liked just going back through the OSTI archive and just going like, damn, I wish public documents still look this good.
Exactly,
Damn you, photocopier bird.
Microsoft Word can't do this shit.
Doesn't look like it because it's all hand lettered.
You're all doing it in Bluebeam now.
So the Lawrence Radiation Laboratory and the ATSF figured out they could save a ton of money by literally blowing up an entire mountain to build a bypass.
I mean, they'd done that conventionally before, right?
Yes. I mean, you look at parts of what's the big hole in the mountain near Cumberland, Maryland? That's a big one. And then there's a couple other instances where, especially recently with the Appalachian Highway Network, you have these you're applying basically mountaintop removal mining techniques in order to jam a highway through to somewhere where you really don't need one.
Yeah, I think originally, and it's been 2 years, so I might have this wrong. I think the ATSF actually wanted a tunnel originally, but it's not nearly as interesting. I've got in a later slide basically where I think is the exact location that they were going to do this. Anyway, what you're looking at in the diagram is this thing was supposed to be big enough to fit 2 rail lines and an 8-lane divided highway. To do this, they planned to string along 22 bombs with a total yield of 1,730 kilotons, or about 1.7 megatons, blow out a rut about 2 miles long. The idea, they floated it...
That seems so not efficient when you put it that way.
Yeah, especially when you could probably build a tunnel for, I would guess, less than the cost of 22 nuclear bombs. Anyway, they proposed this in 1963. They thought they could be done with blasting in 66 and then have everything open for traffic in 1969. Obviously that didn't happen, or you'd have heard about it by now. There's a neat monument to this somewhere along I-40 or Route 66, I'm pretty sure. I did not save a picture of that. Next slide.
I mean, it's cool that you have a monument to something that didn't happen. This is the terrible idea that we avoided.
I was gonna make a reference to the Confederacy there, but that was that did happen.
A
and they're
terrible
just
idea
proud
we
of
very
fucking
much
up.
did not avoid. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, I didn't scroll down. Okay. So the reason why Carryall and a whole bunch of these other plowshare proposals didn't go through is, surprise, they were concerned about safety. They were
lame.
Yeah, because there's white people there.
Yeah. Not very many of them.
It doesn't matter. The government counts those.
Yeah.
Well, they count all of them anyway.
Yeah.
So they were trying to develop cleaner bombs so they didn't have to worry about fallout. They seemed to be hoping that after blasting that they could get to work in as little as 4 days. Remember, the bottom of Sudan wasn't safe to crawl around in for 7 months. An expert at the Sandia National Labs, I found this cited on a blog called Atomic Skies. I haven't been able to find the primary source for this. An expert at Sandia National Labs later criticized the projected radiation and fallout dispersal map, which he said could go twice as far and be 5 times as radioactive. Next slide. That's that map. So even if they managed to build a clean bomb, they still expected to scatter a dust cloud 7 miles wide and 12,000 feet high that could spread as far as 100 miles.
Again, seems not ideal. That
seems bad.
Needles here, which is sort of indicated. Do we know how big is that a city? Is that a town? What?
Looks like a good-sized town based on Google Maps. I mean, it's not super big, but it's also like, well, people live there.
Needles.
I don't know how many live there back in
population
the time.
4,903 now.
The other thing is you got to assume it was one of these old railroad towns that probably had more people back then than it does now.
Or a Route 66 rest stop kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's got a train station, so.
Yeah, there is a... Actually, I think the BNSF line might run through that. There's a fair chance.
Yeah, population in 1960 was 4,590.
Oh, so it's growing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of these horrible, like, Arizona-style suburban developments out here, like
Reed Cadillac.
They built the canals between the houses and all that bullshit. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Places where man was not meant to go.
Yeah.
So, the air and ground shock from this detonation they thought was at risk of damaging an above-ground gas pipeline in the area, as well as the Route 66 tourist stop of Amboy. They either underestimated or played down the impact it would have had at Amboy, because when I dug into the thresholds for damage to structures and what they thought the pressure wave was going to be, modern data indicates that the blast could have broken windows. They also said at the time they expected the ground shock could crack plaster, so it would be enough to knock down Grover House.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Wow, no.
How are we going to build the canal through the Great Distance Canal?
Would they have done these bombs in sequence, or would they have just, hit them all at once?
I think it would have been a 1-2 kind of thing. They did a string, several of them, and then the rest.
Going down away from that's fucking.
That'd be cool. I would go and watch that and be blinded.
Well, it's underground, so probably not. But anyway, just to be sure that it was going to go off safely, they waited on the results of kind of proof of concept tests called Buggy and Galley.
Lame.
Yeah.
What happened to the cool names? Did they run out of car names?
They ran out of cars. They blew up all the cars.
Project Midsize Crossover.
Yeah. It's Dacia Sandero.
Project Suburban.
Project Plymouth K.
Yeah.
Oh, Project K Car.
Project Cutlass.
Well, Project Cutlass would be a motherfucker.
So, Buggy and Galley were kind of meant to be dry runs that they planned on setting off in southwest Idaho. Again, just to kind of... So from reading into them, they were also like prereqs for the canal projects because they were excavation experiments, or at least, things to see how the different terrains reacted. Buggy, I think, was a single detonation maybe, and Galley was supposed to be like a string of them. They got the conventional explosive tests for those done, but never the nuclear ones. Next slide.
And at the end of the day, you're all just working out of a trailer, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, there are trailers on screen.
Do you guys
What
spell
they
canister that way?
Huh?
Canister, C-A-N-N-I-S-T-E-R. I would only spell it with one N.
I believe
I've never
that would
seen
be
it spelled
one
that way.
N. Yeah.
It Might be a typo for all we know.
Yeah, this is a risk when you hand letter stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
It's way worse now than it used to be.
So what they also got done were more excavation tests. Most of them theoretical, but they did set off a couple that were kind of closer to being real excavation experiments. The first of these was December 10th, 1967, Gas Buggy, which was set off in New Mexico.
That sounds obscene.
So they set this off in New Mexico, very close to, if not on, the Jicarilla Apache Reservation.
They also mine a bunch of uranium out there, or am I thinking of somewhere else? Because it
There's a
really feels
great-
like they got it shafted at both ends, you know?
I think that might have been on the Navajo Reservation, and I only say that because I read the entire Tony Hillerman series.
Oh, what? You want the uranium back? Sure.
I'm sure they'd be glad to return it, unfortunately. So anyway, the idea was to see if this could be used to, quote, stimulate,
What they
unquote,
do?
a natural
What? The
gas field.
nuke fracking?
They were fracking.
What the fuck? Nuke fracking is not a phrase I should
you get
ever
like
have
brown,
to say.
brown flaming nuclear water.
Yeah.
I
out of
shouldn't
your
ever
taps.
have to say the phrase nuclear fracking. Roz.
You know, if it works, it works.
Look, like every one of us gets like one crank issue we get to take a real position on. For me, it's Ukraine. For you, it's nuclear weapons, and for Liam, it's anarchism. Like this is fine. It's just known, right?
Yeah.
It will not surprise you that this was partially funded by the El Paso Natural Gas Company.
Ah. I mean, that's, you know, a civil military cooperation, I guess.
Mhm.
You
So
just
they
like
detonated.
rent a nuclear bomb for like whatever shit you had going on, like as a company.
Look, I mean,
Rent to own.
these bombs, they're just going to sit there if you don't use them. I mean, you know, you're just going to have to...
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, in like 238 million years, they're gonna be, like, half of them are gonna be gone.
Yeah.
It'll be, like, half useless.
It'll be like trying to light a wet firecracker.
I left my nuclear bombs too long.
So the gas buggy.
I just thought about somebody going to like the nuclear waste test site that's like constructed an intricate series of rituals and symbology to convey "don't dig here, it's very dangerous." But they're there so long after that it is no longer dangerous, and it's just like, it's like it's fine. And then it's buried a bunch of like oil drums that don't do anything.
So gas buggy, they
sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. They detonated a 29 kiloton nuke at the bottom of a 4,227 foot shaft. So there were two problems with the test.
The drillers left early that day.
Quit time.
Yeah, they timed out. They're like, well,
Like,
we don't got them anymore.
Dump the bomb off the back of a truck and just leave.
Not my problem.
Just like kick it off the back of the tailgate.
There were two takeaways from this test. One, that fracking with a nuclear bomb was less effective than they expected. Like, they didn't get as much gas out as they thought. Also, that the gas that they could extract is too radioactive to be useful.
Yeah, they tried to run it like a guy's car and it did the Alfa Romeo thing.
Cleaning up after this took a couple of years. They disposed most of the radioactive waste just by putting it back deep into the ground, just like how you get rid of spent nuclear fuel.
Yeah.
Kick it over the edge of the tailgate. Yeah.
Not my problem.
Just a bunch of diesel oil down there for seasoning.
Yeah.
They
used car batteries. Some,
I mean, if you've got any shit you like don't want back and you want to really get rid of, you know, the hole's right there. Like,
I was about to say, you better call up the whole town and say, hey, you got any shit you don't want, throw it in the hole. We're gonna have to steal this in a few days. You got until Wednesday. Throw your shit in the hole.
yeah, you got to be really sure that you don't ever want it back, but like have
Go in the
at
hole.
it. Yeah.
So This is where I want my Facebook post from 2010.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They
My
only
original
stopped
birth
monitor.
certificate.
You gotta get yourself banned from Twitter like me. All my posts from high school gone forever. Thank God.
We've all been banned from Twitter at least once.
So they only stopped monitoring the site in 2015.
That's fine.
I don't get the impression that this turned into a disaster. But like, it was blasting radioactive gas for a bit, so you couldn't call it a success.
Same.
I have a story about that, actually. It's very embarrassing. It's very funny. It involves the biggest part of my life in front of an entire PR team. Anyway, so next slide.
No, tell the story.
We're just gonna leave it there?
You can't leave it there. Yeah.
Well, maybe this can be a safety turd. I don't know. Yeah, no, let's talk about that later, because, anyway, this test was not successful, so next slide, please.
Okay.
They did it again.
You know what?
Oh, yeah.
Those two arrows, too close together.
Oh, boy.
You gotta give it a second try, you know?
On September 10th, 1969, they were one day off. They upped the... They upped the ante with Project Rullison, which took place on the western slope of Colorado. It's like basically Utah.
Project what?
Rullison, Rullison. It was named after the nearby town.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing goes on over there, like western slope of Colorado. Like they've named a couple
Weed
cars
farming,
after these days.
Meth
Killdozering.
Killdozering.
Is that western slope?
Town called Rifle.
I thought that was more a mountain town.
Guess that's more mountain, yeah.
Towns that have Spanish names that they pronounce Anglo, like Limon, which is pronounced Lyman.
The worst one for that is Buena Vista.
Oh God.
Buena Vista, yeah.
Buena Vista's in Virginia.
And Florida.
And also Colorado.
Your country has done so many terrible things to Spanish.
Don't want to hear it. Don't want to fucking hear it.
Oh, I mean, you've heard
We
my
didn't
Spanish.
sink the Armada. We didn't sink the Armada.
This one was also partially paid for by petroleum companies, the Austral Oil Company, and also something that I haven't been able to find out much info about. This is not an oil company, it's the CER Geonuclear Corporation, which is kind of cool and ominous, but like, there's nothing about this on the internet. This was a 40 kiloton bomb at the bottom of an 8,400 foot shaft. Again, they were trying to frack natural gas with a nuke. The answer was yes, and also the gas is still unusably radioactive for home use.
Good.
This
Well,
one,
you know,
I suppose.
maybe they'll counteract the particulate emissions, though.
So this one doesn't seem to have produced a big environmental issue of any kind, but there was some noise in 2007 about them thinking, maybe we should investigate it again just to be sure. But again, this one, it just did not produce the results they wanted. So, next slide.
And they really kept trying this, huh?
They did it again.
They did it again. Okay, good. We're making progress on these clean bombs.
I don't like how that dude is wearing cowboy boots and standing right next to a mine shaft with no fence.
That
He's not
means
secured to
that means
anything.
he's good at his job.
Well, wait till you find out how deep this hole is.
What a
Just
great
say it's good. It's a good size hole.
I mean, he's standing on the grating, isn't he?
Yeah, but like next to him is like, you know, the abyss.
That honestly looks like the inside of the Death Star from Episode 6, you know?
Yeah.
One of them's just
climb
gonna
out
like,
onto it and like power down.
one of them's just gonna Palpatine the other one down.
It looks like a blowout preventer, which I assume they would not have installed before they detonated the bomb.
The sort of like the radiation vent. Hang on, I'll be.
Should I let him come back first?
No,
don't worry about it.
Okay.
Snooze.
Lost Liam forever.
Liam has fallen down the mine shaft.
Yes.
Well, wait.
Poor Grip in those cowboy boots.
They did do something a little bit different, so I'm kind of tempted to wait till he gets back, just because.
That's fine. We can just talk about cowboy boots for a minute.
Yes, it's true.
I bought a Stetson in 2020 when I was really like both drunk and kind of high, and it became kind of my bit for the next 2 years.
Oh, the hat that like changes you as a person, the like kind of the personality hat. Yeah.
Made
I
in
legitimately had
Philadelphia.
a fedora for a minute.
Oh no, didn't we all?
I wasn't like I was wearing it like on like with formal wear. I wasn't just like wearing it with like
It's
a
not
t-shirt.
so bad then.
No,
That's
you're
so
supposed to
bad,
wear a Triforce tee with it.
Yeah, yeah, when the like khaki cargo
I
shorts.
play Mono Blue
New
Control.
Balance. Yeah. No,
I actually do play
thought
Mono Blue Control.
I've burned all the pictures, but I think I looked pretty good considering. And every time I walked around with it on, I was like, I'm a detective. Which is a good feeling. It's a good feeling. And so long as no one makes fun of you, you can keep that up for months.
If you can do the like mid-Atlantic accent while you're doing it, like it just becomes a personality.
Whereas
Anyway,
the Stetson is sort of like more of an I'm a cowboy.
Mid-Atlantic accent, I believe, has been completely ruined on the left by Nathan J. Robinson. You can't.
And also the fedora.
Or excuse me, the transatlantic accent, not the mid-Atlantic accent. That mid-Atlantic accent is Philly and Baltimore.
The mid-Atlantic accent was like
whatever the newscaster voice is.
The mid-Atlantic accent, yeah, those guys on that submarine, they got that real quick.
Yeah, I think of like, as opposed to just an Atlantic accent, which is like William F. Buckley or like Gore Vidal, you know?
I thought that was the transatlantic accent.
Is that a
Mid-Atlantic accent or transatlantic accent? Apparently they're the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but mid-Atlantic refers to Philly and Baltimore.
That's Philadelphia English, according to Wikipedia, but...
Oh my god.
Wikipedia's
Okay, we need to get... Yeah, I was about to say.
What do you want me to fucking do about it?
Edit it.
Yeah, start
Okay, hang
editing.
on.
It's free.
But.
Project Rio Blanco.
A tragedy today is all Wikipedia articles have been renamed to butt.
Yeah, we've all been banned from Twitter, but how many of us have been banned from Wikipedia?
This is what would happen if Elon Musk bought Wikipedia.
That's true.
Project Rio Blanco took place in about the same area of Colorado, Western Slope. You know, nobody lives there, nobody cares. This one used 3 33-kiloton bombs in a single well, separated about 400 feet from each other, approximately 6,000 feet underground. Same deal, this one was sponsored by Conoco. So this one seemed to eventually produce... So the first gas that came out was radioactive, but it eventually, like, petered out and they got usable gas.
Huh.
But by this time... Yeah, oh wait, I didn't write down the date, but I think this was 1973. But again, like by 1973, public sentiment against nuclear anything was a lot more negative. Pretty much all the Plowshare projects.
Atomkraft 9 Dank. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is why climate change is fucking us all over.
People love their brown coal too much.
The German yearns in his heart for the lignite mines.
Yeah, exactly. The American
I actually
longs
love
for the
to have
mines
my
of
village
Wyoming.
destroyed by Zabaga 288. I love that shit, actually.
You're just watching the bucket wheel excavator closing in on your house, and you're like, "This is the best thing that's ever happened."
Yeah. I hate my village.
Consumed by the machine.
Yeah. I hate myself. I want the machine to eat me. This is what being German
I
is
canceled
like.
I canceled my appointment with the consensual cannibalism guy to get eaten by the machine.
playing like Bagger 288 driver simulator as the Bagger 288 eats the wall of your house.
Yes, exactly. I'm simulating my own
like
destruction.
Is there Bagger 288 Rule 34 out there?
You know,
there's gotta be.
People have written
Germany
fanfic
exists.
of us.
Shagger 288.
Ooh,
really, baby.
Okay, all the projects that were waiting to go ahead at this point were pretty much frozen because a lot of the prerequisite tests like Buggy and Galley had never happened. People were also figuring out that, blowing up everything with nukes wasn't actually all that great an idea.
Because this is the thing, is right, because Nixon was an environmentalist, brackets derogatory. This shit never would have happened under Carter because he was a nuke guy, He would have loved that shit, full steam ahead.
Yes.
So this is just my way of saying when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, and I wonder if there are any parallels to people misunderstanding the potential of new technologies in the modern day.
That's an alarming photo of Elon.
I love that photo.
That man looks. He is about to witness his own death.
Wait, how many fingers does he have? Is this AI generated? It must
That's
be.
real. That was there's a photo shoot of this is like some paparazzi photo.
Oh man, when he doesn't have his face on, when he's not curated, that's wow. Okay, that's a Midwestern high school librarian.
Yeah.
He looks like he's annoyed at Tired Hands Brewing Company just because that's the only place I know that has glasses shaped like this.
Tikus. They're called
He looks. I feel bad for saying he looks like a high school librarian because those people are some of the most useful in society. Elon Musk is some of the least, but he looks like a sort of a high school librarian who was cast in the part of Baron Harkonnen.
I was gonna say he looks like he's about to lay into his server at Chili's because there's one detail of his order that's wrong.
He's about to tip with one of those mega church fake $100 bills.
He's gonna give the server a lithium battery, which will then explode in her hands.
I should also say I'm not sure I like the chip design of this AI on the top left here.
I just googled AI.
What they've done is they've just sort of wired in.
We've made the glass think. We've made the sand think. That's what it is.
AI generated image of AI.
Yeah.
Very good.
It's what it thinks of itself.
Self-portrait.
I think it could dream bigger.
Yeah. Well, you kind of don't.
Android speed of electric sheep.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Turns on the paper slips.
Next slide.
All right.
I gotta wheel this shit out of retirement, even
You
though
need a
they
drop.
still use music. It's not an endorsement of the.
Where's my Spotify exclusive deal?
Yeah, sorry to Devon. I probably should have given you some warning. The Soviet Union drop. I am also. My ears hurt now. Also, I didn't remember it being that loud.
That's because the Soviet Union was good.
Yeah.
Hi, Dad. How's it going?
Yeah, when you're good, you're also loud.
Hi, Dad. How's it going?
The reason why the flag of the USSR is on your screen right now is because, like I mentioned earlier, the USA was not the only country that got up to blowing up nukes with the goal of... Are you drawing a box around it? Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Just announcing it a little bit.
Well,
the only podcast that
I wanted to see if the red from the John Madden device and the red from the flag were the same red. Honestly, that's what I was. That's what I was going for.
The Soviet Union
slightly
did not
different.
use standard red. They used a cooler scarlet.
It's sort of a communist red.
Yeah, which isn't the default, sadly, because they lost the Cold War and we're still living with the awful consequences of that.
They turned it into a Pantone that's illegal to use. Ironic.
Yeah, the only podcast that is, I would say, very unguardedly pro-Soviet Union and yet also quite ambivalent about some of the effects of the Soviet Union.
Oh, I'm saying they've been usurped by capitalists by having the red turned into a Pantone.
That's true, yeah. The Italian communists, in fact. Gladio won, every day of our lives with the Pantone Corporation.
The reason, again, why Why the hammer and sickle are on your screen is because
break guests faster than this, you know? Like, they normally sort of, like, understand what's going on here.
No, I have the no idea about group dynamics autism, so
Oh, hey, me too. And Roz. Good lord.
Yes.
Oh, no
Normal,
respect, sir.
I'm neurotypical.
Yeah, okay, bud. Okay, sure. Yeah, why not? And other lies Alice tells on this podcast. You remember the live show where someone came up to us and was like, hey, you know all three of you have autism, right? I was like, yeah, but like, we don't even talk about that here. That was a heckle, yeah.
Yeah.
no, that's a compliment.
Supposed to heckle during the show, not after it to our faces.
Listen, I need a shirt or some sort of design that has like United States Department of State and it says anti-heckling task force, but the Department of State logo has just been replaced with my face.
What, in the same, like, institutional style? Like,
Yes,
you as a sort of soaring eagle?
Yes.
That's a persona.
Whatever. Sure. Yeah, why not? If it gets a t-shirt printed, I don't give a shit.
I mean, an eagle does sort of make sense for you, actually.
It's more of a feather sauna.
I mean, I think there is...
Bird sona? Would it just be bird sona?
It would be bird sona, yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I think there is a taxonomical
sounds
distinction
better.
between like, furries and then there's like scalies I know about, which are reptiles.
Scalies exist, yeah.
I'm not sure if there's like an avian equivalent though, and I'm sure people will tell us in the comments, but I don't recall.
Furries. No, that doesn't work.
I would not like to have sex with myself as a bird.
I mean, the talon's one thing.
No, yeah, that's she's got claws. I say as I just start bleeding.
I don't want a talon job.
No, I also don't want a talon job.
No.
Go back to that bomb foot fetish porn, please.
All right.
There's no good segue into the fact that nuclear explosions for the national economy continued until 1989 in the USSR.
Right. Hell yeah.
One of the criticisms of the Soviet Union that lands is, man, not great about the environment, you know.
We'll get to that.
They didn't go hard enough. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, in like 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, what they did, apart from anything else, was dislocated one half of this landscape about like an inch or 300 feet, depending on your point of reference, upwards vertically.
There's not as much on the English internet about this program as there is about Plowshare. Some of it is the language barrier. I'm sure of it. Like some of it's also vestigial secrecy. But any whatever you want to call it, Soviet nerve was actually a much bigger program than Plowshare. The number of nuclear tests they had was 239.
Oh, fuck.
Hell yeah.
It was a Soviet nerve, Soviet evangelion complaint with the existence of.
Damn it, Alice.
Soviet Shinji.
Yeah. Get the bomb, Shinji.
Making my new personality Soviet Asuka.
So the only
like
ones.
A Spartak jersey.
The only tests from the from any whatever you want to call it, nuclear explosions from the national economy. It's too long to say every time you want to reference it.
Soviet
the only ones we know,
like Russian outlaws, Soviet plowshares.
That's a good one. So the only tests we know about in the English-speaking world are about the ones that went wrong, and there were a few. Next slide.
That implies a bunch went right.
Well, I mean, that's not of any use to the U.S. government, that knowledge. In 1971, there was Globus 1. This was done with a 2.3 kiloton bomb. That's like a fifth the size of Little Boy.
Yeah, and unrelatedly, I have a photo here of someone hitting the vape.
Oh, I guess that's a Subaru dealer.
Aww. Love and catastrophic engine failure at 80,000 miles. It's what makes a Subaru.
Head gaskets, they're a wear item.
Yeah, tell that to my mother.
Yeah. They detonated this one 610 meters underground. I don't know what the fuck that means. Yeah, no, that's like 1,900 feet or something.
Gotta double it and add 30.
This caused a small earthquake, because, not a very big bomb. And then 18 minutes after detonation, the source I read said a fountain of mud, I prefer to imagine this as a geyser of mud, erupted about a meter from the well they dug.
Ooh.
They had really fucked up.
Mud
gas
finds a way.
After the mud, gas followed, blasting into the air for the next 20 days. The source I read said it was, quote, mostly inert, unquote, but had a half-life of several months.
Just two dudes standing on top of one of those mountains in the background, just like, yeah.
All of this sounds fine.
Where's that?
All of this sounds fine to me. I don't see what the problem is.
If you have the Sukablet drop, interrupt me with it.
Oh, I have so many Sukablet drops. Which one shall I use?
All of them.
It's a real question.
So the government tried to cover it up. They set up an exclusion zone around the site that
classic.
I think also happened to encircle part of the nearby town.
Classic. Man, the Soviet model for natural disasters or unnatural disasters is pretty
Just
inflexible.
don't let anyone out.
At what point do the helicopters start dropping boron into it?
I mean, this does get ugly pretty quick. They buried some of the equipment and hoped nothing would happen. Because they didn't tell anybody that anything had happened, a couple of teenagers went to go and check out the blast site.
Uh-oh.
After
I
crawling
probably
around
would have done that.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah.
Because you are spiritually Russian in your soul. You crave...
That's a weird thing to say to a Polish person.
Nothing they haven't heard many times before.
I respect all Slavs. There's no Slav I do not respect. That's better than most Slavs can say.
All right, now that we're doing some casual ethnic cleansing on this podcast.
Well, we're only talking about casual ethnic cleansing under the USSR.
Casual pan-Slavic nationalism. What could possibly go wrong?
We just single Slavic nation.
Alice is tired. Let's wrap this bitch up.
I'm tired, but I'm fascinated by Justin almost inventing Yugoslavia too.
True.
Yeah, I will be the next Tito.
Slobodan Milosevic.
The teenagers complained of bad headaches before just dying, officially from meningitis.
Okay.
Then the health problems in the area started. There were miscarriages, elevated cancer rates, premature babies born. On brand as fuck, a two-headed calf, which I hope they named Brahmin, was born.
Yeah, and then someone on Tumblr wrote a really sweet poem about it, 40 years later.
And then somebody else on Tumblr turned it into porn. The local health records were destroyed in a fire at some point, so we don't actually know how bad the situation was. The area's apparently still pretty contaminated, and you can't stay there long, though some people, for radiation tourism, will visit. This sounds like a bad fucking idea to me. The incident has been referred to in Russian media as the Ivanovskaya Hiroshima. Next slide. Then in 1978, Kraton, it's an N, I think. 1978, Kraton 3. Sources vary about why this was set off. Some say that it was to get at some diamonds, which sounds like Minecraft to me. But another said that it was like a seismic sounding test, which is how I spent my Friday night. It's something about measuring the crust mantle of the Earth with the shock waves. Basically, what happened was they set it off in the wrong place.
And the Soviets did really want to fuck the Earth. Thus, the Kola super deep borehole.
Yes,
the Kola super deep pussy. They set it off in the wrong place.
Show me the bomb on
No.
They put a little welded cover over the Kola super deep borehole, which I think is very considerate of them because
it's very sweet, yeah.
If you go there,
cute.
it's in a ruined building because Russia, but you can just go right up to nobody gives a fuck. And I think if they didn't have the thing down, I would just be concerned because I know my own luck, and I would like by happenstance drop my keys. Be like, oh, I'm not getting those back.
It's like, nah, I'm not gonna fall in, but sorry, I'm gonna drop my phone or my wallet in there.
I think my phone might get wedged, but the keys, I can hear them jangling, and then I can't hear it anymore. It's just like, yeah, they're in the earth now.
Ah, it's like shit. The devil himself now has the keys to my house.
Oh God.
I gotta call a locksmith.
These locks.
The funniest thing you could do with the cap to the super deep borehole is something that I shouldn't actually say out loud.
Oh, you could fuck the borehole, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say drill a hole in it, install a fleshlight, and then I don't know.
Yeah, and then you'll come as like. Then Satan is like getting
in the
cum
center
shots
of the
off
earth.
you.
Oh
My
man.
dad and possibly my boss are gonna listen to this. Hi guys.
Sorry or whatever.
If they made it 2 hours in, I don't think they're going to be too scandalized by the prospect of sort of a cum rain landing on Satan. No. Yeah.
I mean, we've already had a stage of Nintendo fetish porn, so.
Yeah, and I'm begging you to go back to it. No. You know what? I am no longer asking.
Really also implies that Satan spends his time hanging out under the borehole, like directly.
Yeah, just waiting for someone to fall down. Like he just needs a pal. Like he's tired of torturing people. He just wants a buddy.
Yeah, because hell is at the center of the earth, which means the borehole goes there.
Yeah.
There's no way not to be under the hole.
Oh, that's true.
That's science.
Depends on the diameter of hell.
Oh, is it?
Roz?
Yes.
I'm quite metaphysical here. Anyway.
Kraton 3 was, like I said, set off in the wrong place. They generated a highly radioactive cloud, the scatter of which I think you can tell by the picture, and just the kind of raised forest where everything just died. That drifted. It had an impact on the local populace. Radiation-related diseases occurred at a much higher rate there than in the general population. The environment has never been successfully rehabilitated. There are still radionuclides, or radioactive elements, in the river it was detonated next to. In 2014, the Yakutian Minister of Nature Protection said the area still needed monitoring.
Oh, those. Yeah. For a second I was sort of confused by the scale, and I thought that's like a clump of moss or something. It's like no, that's a forest that no longer exists.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. So I don't know if there's any good complete English language resources on Soviet Plowshare, but these are the lowlights of them, and that is the end of the presentation. And now I can tell you the butt story if you want.
Please.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay. This has nothing to do with nuclear explosion. Well, debatable. So I refer to this as the Rivian fart story, because I'll say, Liam, do you know the Rivian R1T?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so because I have a cool job, I get to drive that on a junket. The problem was this was like my first assignment when I had been hired full time, and I had cooked up, before heading off to this event, I had cooked up myself a big batch of chili with beans that I had undercooked, a crap ton of chilies, a lot of garlic, which I found out only just recently makes me fart really bad. I had been eating this all week, and I had already known that it was causing me gastrointestinal distress.
Oh no! But you're one of those people who's like, yeah, but there's leftovers.
Well,
What
I'm one of those
kind
people
of
that's
chilies?
what kind of chilies?
Yeah.
I think probably chipotle, ancho, several. I'm gonna say because I made it pretty spicy.
Okay, that sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, no, it was pretty good, especially with some cheddar over it. I ate a lot of it, and that's how I found out that it was giving me murderous gas. I'm talking biohazardous, and very frequent.
Oh yeah, the kind of farts that change you as a person. Yeah.
Well,
it sounded like one of my
I don't
chilies.
like that another of my phrases that has entered our sort of shared lexicon beyond things of that nature is the X that changes you as a person.
Yeah. All credit to Alice.
The chili that kills you instantly.
There's a rich sort of intertextual thing. If you don't follow the other podcasts, now is the time to get into Kill James Bond and Trash Feature, because there's a rich sort of connection of all of these things, and you can follow them through.
I had been eating this stuff for like 3 days by the time I had to ship off to this event, which fortunately I didn't have to fly for and like subject somebody next to me to, deathly farts.
It's fine. It's Japanese airline omelets, so could have been worse. Kind of dodged a bullet there.
Yeah. The night, like, we crash at the hotel, and that night I get god awful sleep. I'm talking like 3 hours. So as soon as they have the coffee in the pot in the morning, I'm just swilling the stuff. And then they're like, okay, everybody get ready. We're going off-roading for several hours. And
first question, and if this is too personal, do tell me to fuck off. You don't smoke, do you?
No.
Okay, good.
Well,
because
not tobacco.
otherwise, because this is the thing. When I used to both drink coffee and smoke, that was sort of like pulling a pin on a grenade, gasping speaking in the mornings.
I mean, coffee just kind of does that, period.
That's logging in.
I will say there is a
and then
distinct. There's
pooping
like
is logging out. Yeah.
There's a step change when you add a cigarette to that equation, though.
That's correct.
We were supposed to get bathroom breaks, but thing is, when you're holding in like farts of giant magnitude that are like potentially career ruining if you let them out around PR people you're supposed to have a relationship with. Basically, like, from holding them in, I couldn't get them out during bathroom breaks. And this went on for more than 5
I'm sorry,
hours.
I have to do a career-ruining fart.
Please don't look at me.
And, like, off-roading, too. Like, the roughest possible thing on your stomach.
Yeah, and we were actually, like, going up above 12,000 feet, so, like, that only made my gut, like, balloon more.
God, yeah, so you have sort of a submersible situation.
Oh, buddy.
Too much
inverted.
Yeah, I guess that's the opposite of submersible. Yeah. So if your colon was made of carbon fiber, it would have been fine.
Who's to say it's not? So I get bad altitude sickness, but I couldn't do anything about it by just chugging water because it was going straight there and would make me possibly shit myself. So I'm starting to get physically sick. Somebody like pops a tire in front of us, so we end up delayed for 45 minutes or more, getting to our lunch stop. And I last 15 minutes, I have chills because I'm feeling so bad. First thing I do when we make camp is grab the latrine kit, rush off into the forest, get the solid plug in front of it out. I still don't feel better yet because, you got to build some pressure behind it. I go get some food and I feel the moment has come. So I again walk away from where everybody's having lunch in this nice idyllic alpine meadow. And I make sure to walk out of earshot. And I let rip what was absolutely the greatest fart of my entire life.
It's like
bare minimum,
bouncing off the mountain.
Yodeling with my asshole.
Outstanding. Absolutely.
So this was at least 12 seconds long. Bare minimum. I think it was 15 plus. I think it feasibly could have been 18. And it's audible the whole time. Sorry. It gets to the point where it's gone on so long, I'm pushing to keep it going.
I don't want this feeling to end.
Yeah, I have achieved nirvana.
Well, funny enough, I did feel much better when it was done. Until I got back to the camp, and there's just this dude on a laptop sitting on a stump there. And as I approach, he turns to me and goes, "That was epic." Later that night, I was talking to somebody else who'd been nowhere near. They were another 50 feet away at least. And they said they were talking with one of their friends and they heard a sound come out of the woods. And then they kept talking, and then it kept going, and then they long enough that they stopped talking and looked around to identify where it was coming from.
It's just like, is that a bear? What the fuck?
Is that the Sasquatch?
No, it's the
cryptid
Asquatch.
part, yeah.
The Asquatch.
So that means because because Rivian's entire PR team was there, the entirety of a car company's PR team heard me let out the greatest fart ever, and they still talk to me. So
That's not a career-ending fart. That's a career-making fart because,
I was
like, they're
about to
gonna
say, yeah.
remember your name.
they still email me and address me by my first name. I don't know if that's a good thing.
There's a brotherhood there, you know.
So this has been Safety Turd.
That
No.
was about...
Oh, that's incredible. Yeah.
We do have a safety third. I don't know how everyone's feeling right now.
I'm perfectly content to do a safety third. Liam, what are you feeling? I think.
Yeah, I think I did a short one.
I have to
So
be up at 5:45 tomorrow.
Okay,
fine.
well, I will hit the drop then.
Shake hands for danger.
all right, there's another picture here. I don't know what this one is for. Shit. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the bottom of the sedan crater. It looks like.
That was actually to illustrate safety turds.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Just like left that behind you. I had to like fill it in with a trowel, you know.
And here's the rectum. And,
Dear Roz, Liam, and Alice, and guest.
you did
You
it.
nailed
You
it.
got it right, you stupid fuck.
Good.
Oh, buddy.
This story comes from my time in academia, that special place where depressed 26-year-olds are put in charge of dangerous and expensive equipment. I worked in a chemistry lab doing solid-state NMR spectroscopy.
Colonoscopy.
Yeah,
Colonoscopy.
no.
Spectroscopy.
Spectroscopy, probably, yeah. I feel like there's probably like a shortened way to pronounce
Looking
that,
at
but I don't know.
stuff.
Yeah,
Life
exactly.
science.
I was looking at stuff, you know. As such, we had two high-field liquid helium-cooled magnets. The magnet in question was 14 Tesla, as
Ooh.
compared to an MRI magnet, which is about 3 Tesla max.
Another place I don't want to bring my keys.
Yes. Both magnets were 30-plus years old, poorly maintained, since there was one guy in North America who could service them. He was an anti-vax Trump voter guy.
That's true of
and
like so many things too.
Yeah, but I bet he was probably good at the job, though. Or maybe he
Just have
wasn't.
to change their oil.
Yeah, exactly. Changing the helium. It consumed about 100 liters of liquid helium a month.
It's cool that we're just running through that. We have no way of replacing it. We also use it in balloons.
Yes. Because $1,500 a month in liquid helium is a lot of money, and helium is non-renewable, my boss convinced the university to install a helium recovery system. This meant workers would have to install a bunch of piping in our magnet room to collect the helium boil off and send it to another room to be collected and condensed back into a liquid. Now, my boss was very cognizant of safety around our magnets, but she wasn't super present in the lab. She made sure the contractor in charge of the work knew that no magnetic tools could be used in the room at all. We even put up a small permanent magnet on the door so the workers could test their tools before entering.
Cool. That was good of you.
Yeah. The work started without a problem. They put up plywood boxes around the magnets to prevent anything that accidentally went flying from hitting the magnet itself. They pre-cut and drilled the plywood and used zip ties to hold the sides together. The rest of the work went on without a hitch, and it was time to take down the boxes. This presented a problem because apparently no one thought about how they were going to cut the zip ties.
I mean, this is a real perennial problem with zip ties, isn't it?
You know, you can actually sort of go in with your finger, and if you're really careful, you can like pry the thing down, you can undo it. You can use the zip tie again. Yeah. It's another option. Yeah. You know, I don't know. Zip ties are just irritating. I think you should just use other stuff sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
They hold my race car's radiator in. They're fine.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Sweet
So,
Jesus.
some of you remembering my own little safety third there.
I was about to say, there is lore here. You are going to have to look up yourself. The workers decided to just use their normal snips because they had nothing else that would work. They got the first box down without an issue and proceeded to start in on the second box. Without the box to prevent them from getting too close to the magnet, a worker accidentally took his snips into the field of the 14 Tesla magnet and flew out of his pocket and stuck to the underside of the magnet.
Imagining the sound that made also. Like a gong. Like scissors, like a kung fu movie from Hong Kong in the 70s.
Sounds like
That
the
shit.
fucking Liberty Bell.
I bet you it like tore a snipper-shaped hole in his pocket like some Looney Tunes thing.
Yeah. Thankfully, no one was between him and the magnet at the time. The workers quickly left, leaving 2 graduate students to deal with the now stuck snips. Rather than call my boss, they decided to deal with it themselves because they were graduate students. Now, you can't just pull something stuck to a high field magnet off.
Oh no,
Best
it's the
you end
magnet
up
snips now.
Yeah. At best, you end up fighting the magnetic field, and at worst, the disruption of the field quenches the magnet. All the air in the room is displaced by helium and nitrogen, and we have to call the aforementioned anti-vax Trump guy to fix it.
Yeah, quenching like helium-cooled magnets is so fucking funny because you're like, you have just wasted a shitload of a non-renewable resource, and also there's going to be no oxygen in the room in a minute.
Yeah,
Well, at least you get this voice.
You gotta start getting these fusion power plants running so we have more helium for balloons, you know?
Yeah, no kidding. Our nation's burgeoning balloon sector demands it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we gotta close the balloon gap with China.
It'd be fun for an entire power plant of guys just to be inhaling that and getting the silly voice. Do the tours with that voice?
Yeah. This is what we use to make power. It's called deuterium.
Hey, Ross, I see you have COVID again.
No.
This is called the Taurus?
Yeah. You need to pull whatever is stuck along the arc of the magnetic field which you're guessing at. Thankfully, the students managed to recover the snips without further incident. No one was hurt. The only damage was to one of the shims, and my boss read the contractor the riot act. We had to babysit the workers the rest of the time they were working, because clearly the contractor had not sufficiently communicated the risk. Unfortunately, I no longer have a picture of the snip stuck to the magnet, but I have attached a picture of our 21 Tesla magnet so you can see the scale of these things.
Magnets are so cool.
Yes. I don't know how they work. The lesson here, the lesson here is to always think about how you're going to take something apart before you put it together, and to not trust contractors with expensive and dangerous scientific equipment.
Dodge
Love
to
the
pull
show.
it. Show.
Yeah.
Sent from my iPhone.
Sent from my iPhone. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Our next episode will be about Chernobyl. Does anyone have any commercials before we go?
You can read my shit at thedrive.com. I have an author page somewhere. You can probably follow me on Instagram at James Gilboy if you want. If you make the mistake of still using Twitter, you can find me there at @_James Gilboy, or on Blue Sky, which I might not use, at Jimbo 12 Fingers. I was born with 12 fingers, but everybody thinks I'm joking. A cat ate them.
Oh, that'll do it. That'll do it.
Which?
Both. Okay. Yeah, no, they were just like these little fleshy nubs on just past my pinky. They look like warts now because they were tied off at birth. They shriveled up, they fell off. They were sitting on the kitchen counter, and my parents had no idea what to do with them. They were called upstairs by the sound of me screaming for I have either shit myself or need milk or something. Came back down, the fingers were missing, the cat was where they were on the counter.
We're learning so much about you.
Oh, wow.
And I will also
Baby
say,
jerky.
as I go to follow you, that your Twitter bio is literally, I was born with 12 fingers, but my cat ate 2 of them.
Yes.
Yes.
I've used that on Tinder unsuccessfully. Nobody ever asked about the fingers.
You should open with the fart story instead.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
that's a long story.
It's a long
Well,
story.
if they don't have the patience for the setup, that tells you something right there, you know?
Exactly.
You could adopt a cat, which could eat more of your fingers.
It will when I die, you know?
Yeah.
I leave all my digits to Fluffy.
Yes. All right. I think that was a podcast.
I have to pee.
Yeah, so do I. All right.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, you. I have a question for you. America does stand for freedom, right? I mean, we've been told that since elementary school. The United States fights for democracy and human rights, right? After all, the President of the United States is the leader of the free world, as opposed to the rest, whom lead nations that wallow in corruption and social inequality, where minorities are oppressed and the rich control politicians, getting away with any crime they commit, right? Well, no. The United States definitely does not stand for democracy, freedom, or human rights, in so much as those terms actually mean something and not being just, well, buzzwords. The US stands solely for the interests of its ruling class, and that ain't us, my friend. How, you may ask? Well, it's simple. Now, before I get into it, if you're American, keep in mind that this isn't a condemnation of you or your people. After all, the American people have absolutely no say in what actually happens. Don't believe me? Well, then, did they ask you for permission before bailing out the banks in 2008? How about the military budget? Did your dad get a call to give his opinion? Maybe those tax cuts for the rich. I'm sure your aunt in Iowa had a big say in that. This is a condemnation of the American government and its ruling class, not Americans. Anyways, abroad, the United States flexes its democratic muscle by illegally occupying sovereign nations for control of oil fields, or poppy supply, or natural gas, or trade routes, or... yeah, the list goes on. I mean, is it any coincidence that the CIA-sponsored coup in Bolivia just a little while back came right after Bolivia refused to allow foreign companies to exploit their lithium reserves? Oh, excuse me, all that was actually intended to bring democracy to those places. That explains why Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, etc. are such thriving democracies after American involvement, right? It's no surprise that one of the first laws that the American forces undemocratically passed in occupied Iraq was the privatization of all Iraqi oil fields. It's no surprise that the heroin output from Afghanistan magically skyrocketed after the American occupation. These are all just convenient coincidences, right? The US didn't enter Iraq, Afghanistan, or anywhere else for freedom, democracy, or any other platitude. If they really want to help these countries, they would have lifted the sanctions they forcibly place on these countries in the first place, as well as never imposed them. It was a logical process dictated by the ruling class of the United States, aimed at conquering untapped markets, taking control of valuable natural resources, and maintaining important geostrategic military outposts for their own benefit. Of course, to the detriment of everyone else in and outside these countries being occupied. The few that benefited were either defense contractors, Halliburton, Lockheed Martin, all the other rotten entities that push pro-war American interventionist propaganda from China to Latin America, private security firms like Blackwater, oil and energy giants that got preferential contracts to Iraqi oil, reconstruction firms like Bechtel and Fluor that received billions in contracts for quote-unquote rebuilding Iraq, and of course all the politicians and lobbyists directly tied to the capital of all the above examples that either benefited directly or indirectly from the Iraq War. But don't worry, America's staunch defense of democracy and freedom doesn't just stop at coups.
Have we ever tried to meddle in other countries' elections?
Oh, probably, but it was for the good of the system in order to avoid communists from taking over. For example, in Europe, in 47, 48, 49, the Greeks and the Italians,
we don't do that now, though. We don't mess around other people's elections, Jim.
Only for a very good
Can
cause.
you do that? Do a Vine video on a former CIA director.
Only for a very good cause in
Okay.
the interest of democracy.
All right, thanks for being here.
At home, American media complains of Russian interference in their elections and everything else, conveniently forgetting that the US rigged the 1996 Russian elections, and possibly others. Hold on, what other elections has the US rigged? Oh, not many, just Albania, Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Bulgaria, Cambodia, Chile, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, Greece, Grenada, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Iceland, Indonesia, Iran, is not real, Italy, Japan, and dozens more. When simple election meddling isn't enough, the United States has militarily overthrown democratically elected governments like Arbenz's government in Guatemala, Allende's government in Chile, Mossadegh's government in Iran, Bishop's government in Grenada, and unsurprisingly dozens more. Now, why would a government that constantly propagandizes over how democracy-loving it is be the leader in illegal interference in foreign elections, and even outright overthrow? Their democracy must be so good that it has to be pushed by force of guns, apparently. Kissinger even admitted as such when he said, "I don't see why we need to stand by and watch a country go communist due to the irresponsibility of its people. These issues are much too important for the Chilean voters to be left to decide for themselves." Thinking aloud, for a country that loves democracy, there sure is very little democracy at home if you think about it. Hear me out. How democratic is the US really? There is no economic democracy whatsoever, with workers in the US having virtually no say in their workplaces, where they spend a third of their life. Honestly, how is it that the people that make the products, provide the services, carry out whatever task that is needed, have absolutely zero control over how anything is done? Putting that aside, in many local elections, there's only effectively or literally one choice on the ballot, and it's practically the same case even during presidential elections. Yes, the ones where every 4 years you have to choose between the capitalist party or the other capitalist party. Some people claim there's harm reduction by voting for this representative American capital on one side over the other representative American capital on the other. This harm reduction hasn't taken place, though. Police defunding hasn't made much meaningful progress. There are still children in cages at the border, restrictions on civil and other liberties. No matter who comes in, nothing seems to fundamentally change for you. Striking that all the things polling proves Americans want, as in education, healthcare, debt forgiveness, etc., simply doesn't happen and barely gets mentioned. Meanwhile, being wealthy drastically exaggerates your ability to influence policy to a point of essentially determining it. The American public is so alienated by the non-choice they've provided that voter turnout has hovered around 50% for the past 100 years. Even in so-called highly contested elections, turnout barely touches the low 60%. Of course, it's completely unsurprising that they would be alienated since the owning class essentially gets to pick the people you vote for, ensuring that basically whoever wins, they win too. On that point, the supremely democratic US seems to be really fond of campaign donations and lobbying. Every person that seems to run for president just so happens to be a multimillionaire. All the branches of government are packed full of super wealthy people, while the majority of the population barely breaks $50,000 a household. Funny how that works. For any Europeans feeling smug right now, your situation isn't much better, as capital still determines politics, just in more insidious ways. Back to the video in just a second. Let's hear from today's sponsor, Atlas VPN. For a lot of research that I do for my videos, I end up hitting pages that aren't available in my location. That's frustrating, as you can imagine. Geo-restriction really does suck, but not with Atlas VPN. For those unaware, a virtual private network makes all of your internet traffic travel through an encrypted tunnel. This way, it protects you from spying, public Wi-Fi dangers, and hides your IP address and your online activities. It even allows you to change your location for all your researching needs. Developed by top cybersecurity specialists and IT engineers in 2019, Atlas VPN was created to make the internet accessible and secure for everybody. Currently, it has more than 6 million users worldwide, and boasts the best VPN deal on the market, with the most affordable online protection plan for just under $2 per month, if you can believe it, with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So, what are you waiting for? Go down to the description and click that link and use my code Hakeem to get a 3-year subscription for just $183 a month, with 3 months free. But that's not all. You get blazing fast speeds for streaming or gaming, unlimited protection for all your devices, an inbuilt ad and malware blocker, and you'll get to save some extra cash as Atlas VPN will find you the best deal online from everything from your online subscriptions to airlines, hotels, and more. Right now, Atlas VPN is running a huge discount. It means you can get a 3-year subscription for just $183 a month with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Time is running out, so get your deal by clicking the link in the video description below. Massive thanks to Atlas VPN for the sponsorship. This is what allows me to pay my editor fairly, so the support is highly appreciated. Alright, back to the video. And what about this freedom? You know what freedom is. After all, you've been told your whole life that your country is full of it. Why is it then that this great land of freedom has the highest prison population on Earth? Not only does the US have the largest prison population, but it also has the highest per 100,000 inhabitants. To put that into perspective, China, with a population of 1.4 billion people, has around 1.5 million prisoners. The US, with a population of 327 million, has a prison population of 2.2 million people. So with a fourth of the population of China, the great free United States has nearly 1 million more prisoners. Really an outstanding achievement. That's not even counting all those kids in concentration camps. Oh, yeah, you probably forgot about the concentration camps. Now, I maybe am being a little unfair to the US, but do you know what else is unfair? Something that isn't very freedom-like? The outrageous sentences minorities, mostly African American, get in the US on trumped-up charges in order to fill up private prisons that threaten to close down and stop funding certain political groups if they don't start arresting and sentencing more people to prison. To think, in most places, closing a prison is a good thing, but not in the good old US of A, the land of the free. On that point, African Americans are way more likely to be sentenced to prison for minuscule amounts of weed, despite similar smoking rates between whites and blacks. They're more likely to be wrongfully condemned for murder. They're more frequently sentenced and for longer durations than whites for the same crime. Their communities are over-policed but have less access to emergency services such as ambulances. They are more socially monitored and are 3 times more likely to be murdered by police despite minding their own business. They receive worse treatment in society, worse treatment in healthcare, receive fewer opportunities in the job market. The list goes on and on, in a country that is a shining beacon of freedom. Of course, this freedom does have its price, though. In this particular case, it's the illegal occupation and theft of land that doesn't belong to them, and the complete genocide of the indigenous Native American population. All this, and now America, a land of immigrants as it portrays itself, wants to close its borders to immigrants, usually to people brutalized by American government policies in their own countries. The irony would be funny if it wasn't so sad, or transparent, better yet, it's not Norwegians hoping to immigrate. Either way, indigenous genocide doesn't cover the tab. It must be followed by 3 centuries of African slavery that results in the deaths of further untold tens of millions. A slave had 3, 5, or 10 jobs, but the second the black man is freed, all of a sudden there are no jobs. Are these the fabled human rights the United States defends? On that topic, though, the United States really does defend rights. The rights of fascists to kill, and the rights of the capitalist class to exploit, that is. The US enthusiastically supported the dictatorship of Pinochet in Chile, that arose after illegally overthrowing the democratically elected Salvador Allende. Let's not forget the Guatemalan dictatorships, all in order to defend the United Fruit Company, which many American politicians and the head of the CIA had direct stakes in. I mean, that is what defending human rights is, right? This is all with forgetting the Somoza dynasty in Nicaragua, the Argentinian dirty wars, the Banzer dictatorship in Bolivia, Stroessner's 35-year dictatorship in Paraguay, and so much more. This staunch defender of democracy and human rights militarily supports 73% of all the world's dictatorships. If you consider the historic examples of other dictatorships they've supported, the number inflates ever higher. Now again, why would the US ever do such a thing? Go and open up your old high school textbook and take a look. All this info is conveniently missing, if not touched on in only the minutest ways, with a heavy dash of whitewashing and cover-up. All of this freedom, but for whom exactly? Take a look at this. Images of horrific state repression. Is this North Korea? Perhaps China or Russia? No, this is good old Uncle Sam, keeping the peace. Oh yeah, those are police units. Well, militarized police, that is. Freedom has to be enforced somehow. Don't forget, these same loyal, well, to the ruling class at least, and honorable police officers also run black sites all around the world, where neither American law nor international law applies. Hell, they even exist in the US. Maybe you walked right past one, never the wiser. Truly a mark of a free nation, respecting the rights for your teeth to be on the floor. Meanwhile, embezzling billions gets you a slap on the wrist and a laughable amount of community service, if even that. Oh, but they get fined, so it must make it alright, right? Well, it would, but a fine is nothing more than legal for rich people. You know, in certain other countries, wealthy people that break the law get a slightly fairer sentence, in my opinion. What about our boys in green? Yes, those boys. Look at them, protecting our freedoms. How our freedoms got all the way to Vietnam and Iraq, I have no idea, but it happened. Maybe it wasn't our freedoms, but the freedoms of the same ruling class to not only continue oppressing the American people, but also to dabble in oppressing some brown people too. That is a favorite pastime of theirs. Rapists, torturers, and murderers of civilians, and all for what? Some education and healthcare, which isn't even guaranteed? Yeah, that's supposed to come packaged with, at least in any civilized society. If 1935 Russia could provide healthcare and education to its people, the modern-day United States definitely can, it just doesn't want to. That would reduce military recruitment gains, which would mean less soldiers and personnel, which would mean less foreign military intervention, which would affect profits. No, let's keep killing American teenagers and brown children. It's good for Lockheed Martin. I don't want to repeat myself, but it's sometimes necessary. Here's some food for thought. The United States is the richest country on Earth, and arguably in all of history. Yet, stagnant real wages despite skyrocketing productivity. Most Americans can't afford a $500 emergency. People are drowning in student and other debt. There is no place in the US where minimum wage workers can afford rent, and nearly half of Americans don't earn enough to afford even a one-bedroom rental. Inflation is destroying savings and making any likelihood of ever owning something an actual fantasy. Infrastructure is crumbling, widening income inequality, climate catastrophe, American government support for every fascist tyrant and every dictator. I could go on and on. Rampant poverty, unemployment, homelessness, serious issues with women's rights, amongst many other things. People prefer to die rather than go into medical debt. Stable employment and workers' rights are regularly trampled in pursuit of profits, as we've seen in Ohio recently. School shootings, crumbling education. Is this not failure? To remind you, this is with no sanctions on the US, no foreign invasion, no internal sabotage, nothing. The American government has every privilege. It is the political, military, and economic hegemon. It regularly dictates the policy of other countries thousands of miles away to its own benefit. It dictates international trade and dominates it through its currency. It can get away with whatever it wants and still manages to not guarantee a respectable and dignified existence for all or even most of its citizens. Check out the relevant video if you're interested. America is exceptional. Well, exceptional in its social inequality, oppression of ethnic minorities, the impoverishment of its poor, in its war crimes, its draconian sentencing of petty crime, and in many cases no crime at all, in its genocidal history, its slavery, which continues to this day, check the 13th Amendment, its crumbling infrastructure, especially for a country as wealthy as it is, and so much more. The hypocrisy is sickening. Read, educate yourself. Americans, first and foremost, have the ability to overhaul this empire and build something better in its place. If you're angry, then it's understandably so, either for just learning about half of the stuff, or just by being reminded of it. If you don't believe me, then do your own research. If you want somewhere to get started, give Killing Hope by William Blum and The Triumph of Evil by Austin Murphy a read. That's it for this time. If you enjoy what I do, then please consider supporting me on Patreon. It really does help. I'd like to thank my patrons, so thank you to Vitan, Kelsil, Furry Beaver, Dick Wolf, okay, come on, The Sebester, The Sepster, Gus Carlisle, Wyatt, Jasonian Ringu, Jack Leary, Erlen Borda, Anatol Arison, Nunya Biss, Sleuthmakers, Gary the Gary, Torin Rettig, Misling, Ray Blue, Daniel, Lena Yumin, Aprol, Neox.
Influence. It's a disease that killed Spaniards in the 20s. Nope, it's something else. Google defines influence as a long sentence you already basically know. But what you might not know is exactly how much effort some people go through to exert it, or how much money they spend. And telling you about these two things is really all this video is about. Because we all know the wealthy in this country have a lot of influence over our politics and our culture, and also everything left after that. So it's not like a video about that would be exposing some well-kept secret or anything. But what this video can do is give you an idea of scale. We've all heard the so-and-so spent $10 billion this election stat and thought, that sucks. But hardly anyone has seen diagrams like this, or like this, or like this, about the networks of influence that those election stats don't capture. And that's a shame, because when you go past the big number and get into the details of how influence is actually carried out and where the money goes, there's a lot more to it than most people realize. This right here is a really, really good visual representation of the wealthy's areas of influence, and I made it myself and I got very positive feedback on it. And today, we're gonna go over it and fill stuff in using just two families, the Kochs and the Wilkses. We could do more, but you'll see why just two is more than enough in a sec. All we're gonna do this video is list their different methods of influence, how much they're spending, and its effects. That's it. Because honestly, I don't need to do anything else to make my point. The facts speak for themselves once I speak to them. Let's start with the Wilkses. This part of the video overlaps a bit with what my buddy Yugopnik did a few months ago, so if you want a more detailed look, go check out his video right here. Anyway, the Wilkses are two brothers with some very far-right politics, who made their billions in the fracking industry. So far so good. These guys could have been happy just casually destroying the place I live, Earth. and you probably would have never heard their name. But they cleverly realized they could use that money from fracking to destroy the other place I live, my brain. Because if you've never heard of the Wilkses before now, you've certainly heard of the online media industries that they fund, PragerU and the Daily Wire. In 2013, the Wilkses dumped over $6.5 million into PragerU, and in 2015, they funded the creation of the Daily Wire with $4.7 million in seed money. Let me tell you right now, nobody making socialist content has ever gotten that kind of seed money to do something similar, but we'll get back to that later.
What matters right now is what PragerU and the Daily Wire do with all that money. If, like me, you haven't checked in a while, get ready. They push the LGBT grooming narrative and call for increased state violence against those in the queer community. They've said the gay community was, quote, a hell of a lot better off when they were oppressed by the heterosexual monogamists than when they're allied with trans activists, repeating the myth that the biggest threat to queer people is other queer people, not far-right pundits literally calling for them to be imprisoned and executed. They've claimed the 2020 election was fraudulent. No surprises there. They have segments talking about how they wish oh so badly that they could say the N-word, and that shopping at Target makes you, quote, gay and a pervert. That one's new. And they're all for book bans and book burnings because the Bible supposedly says that's okay. That climate change is a hoax, or the science just isn't in yet, so don't do anything. Wonder if the fracking billionaires like that one. And they've recently also casually dropped that they believe women are, quote, disproportionately wrecking the West. And I'm gonna stop here because, one, all these examples are from just 1 month, May 2023 or thereabouts, and two, you get the idea.
These online media outlets funded and owned by the Wilkses are broadcasting some of the most untrue, hateful, and oftentimes outright fascist rhetoric. And I'm using that word correctly, you can fight me in the comments. And they're doing so to audiences that are not just massive, but can actually rival more established media. You've seen the obscene subscriber counts of channels like PragerU and Ben Shapiro, but that's only giving you a small idea of these institutions' reach. On Facebook, for example, the Daily Wire often finds a larger audience than the New York Times, the Washington Post, NBC News, and CNN combined, according to this NPR article from 2021. Not only do these online media have a huge role in shaping the national dialogue by nurturing and then feeding moral panics up to larger institutions like Fox, who will then encourage far-right vigilantes into acts of stochastic terrorism, these online personalities' influence helps them shape actual real-life laws. Recently, for example, the Daily Wire's Matt Walsh was a big part of the reason that Bill HB 1 passed in Florida, a bill banning gender-affirming healthcare for those under 18. So, you know, money well spent for the Wilkses. But not just by the Wilkses. Although the Kochs aren't direct investors in either PragerU or the Daily Wire based on what we could find online, one of the Kochs' nonprofits, Americans for Prosperity, and don't worry, we'll get back to them later, have campaigned on behalf of Ron DeSantis, and he gave over $100,000 to the Daily Wire last year. But that's obviously not all. Prominent Daily Wire figures like Ben Shapiro have received speaking fees from the Koch-funded Young America's Foundation and also Koch-funded Turning Point USA. You can already kind of see the network of mutual support appearing here, but we're not done yet. What about more traditional media, like the press? Well, these conservative infinite money glitches are there too. For example, Charles Koch has funded Tucker Carlson's media company, The Daily Caller. You might not have heard about The Caller before, but in 2017, it got $980,000 from a combination of funds from the creatively named Charles Koch Institute and the Charles Koch Foundation.
And before you get worried, let me reassure you. They do the exact same thing as the Daily Wire and PragerU, just mostly in article format. Their tabloid-style articles are always some variant of, "The barbarians are at the border. It's time to freak out. Queer people are groomers. Trump did nothing wrong." And given that last headline, it probably won't surprise you to find out that on top of the nearly $1 million from Charles Koch, $150,000 of the Daily Caller's funding came from the Trump campaign. And together, those two investments made up over 97% of the Daily Caller's revenue that year. In other words, Carlson's paper simply wouldn't exist without the Kochs and Trump money. And it's pretty obvious what kind of messages that money is buying and spreading.
But even though Carlson is a celebrity, the Daily Caller really isn't. Even with $1 million in a single year, it's a relatively fringe media outlet catering to an audience already convinced of some pretty extreme far-right politics. You probably hadn't heard of it before this video, but what you definitely have heard of is the Atlantic. And the Kochs are there too. We've now entered into the real big boy press world, by the way. This is a major, generally well-respected press outlet, and, well, some of their journalists have either gotten cash prizes for the Koch brothers' Reason Foundation, or are themselves heads of Koch-funded organizations like FIRE, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. And what kinds of articles do these Koch-affiliated journalists write in The Atlantic? As you might expect, given everything else in this video, they talk about how free speech is under threat and you can't say anything anymore, while, you know, getting paid quite a bit to say exactly that in a major magazine. And because this really is quite a tight-knit group, in the process of writing these articles, they happen to stumble into defending guys like Jordan Peterson, a guy who really can't say anything because of the darn woke mob.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Like with a lot of other conservative ventures in the free speech circles, this strategy funnels a mainstream audience, in this case that of a pretty legitimate magazine, to a climate change denier and well-known transphobe also getting his own cut of the Koch fund by painting him as a victim. Truly, no one could have seen this coming. And I chose to talk about The Atlantic here because it bridges the gap to the whole Daily Wire crowd quite nicely. But The Atlantic is far from the only press outlet the Kochs are putting money into. There are plenty of outlets and organizations getting the attention of the billionaire brothers. Another big one on the list, for example, is Time Inc., which the Kochs put $650 million into the purchase of in 2017. To give you an idea, Time Inc. used to own magazines like Time, of course, but also Fortune, People, Sports Illustrated, Essence, and the list keeps on going. Just to kind of recap, because I've been going pretty quickly here, right now, looking at only 2 families and in only 2 sectors of influence, online video and traditional media, we already have so much to go off of. A ton of money and huge audiences to match. The Kochs and the Wilkses have, thus far in the video, already spent hundreds of millions to either completely command or have a pretty direct impact on the editorial line of massive media organizations reaching millions of people in the US. These organizations then use their funds to spread homophobic, transphobic, and climate-skeptic rhetoric, or will serve as a bridge to other figures receiving conservative funding like Jordan Peterson, who will make these statements more aggressively than better respected press can afford to. And by now, you might be wondering how this all happens. I've been using the Kochs or the Wilkses as shorthand, but it's probably pretty obvious that they're not out there doing all these deals themselves. So, what's going on? This last column is kind of a grab bag. Throughout this video, you've heard me bring up a number of different organizations. Americans for Prosperity, the Reason Foundation, the Charles Koch Foundation and Institute, FIRE, and so on. All of these organizations' funding can be traced back to a couple sources. Another set of organizations with names like Stand Together, Donors Trust, TC4 Trust, or Americans for Prosperity. These are all pretty much interchangeable organizations that are most visibly funded by the Kochs, but usually also get donations from hundreds of other wealthy conservatives and so-called free market advocates. Take Stand Together as a quick example. It's one of these centers from which a lot of the influence money flows down to the smaller orgs that have come up throughout the last 15 minutes. On their website, Stand Together describes themselves as a, quote, philanthropic community, but that's a little vague. On their tax documents, they're a little more explicit. Stand Together's mission, in their own words, is to, quote, advance its members' common business interest by advancing the principles of free markets and a free society. You get the idea. Philanthropy, business owners making more money. Potato, potato. And this goes for most of these organizations, which are almost all nonprofits that, quote, do virtually nothing but pass grants through to other politically active 501c4 organizations. So what else do they do when they move these funds around if it's not to either of the other 2 media categories? Well, for starters, they'll fund AstroTurf groups like Speech First, a student group, quote, defending free speech on college campuses, that happens to get funding and professional leadership money up the chain from Donors Trust. Or, still on college campuses, Koch-led funds will be directed at academic departments. To take just one example, because there are a lot of these, Koch-funded organizations will finance research centers like the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. giving their organizations oversight over faculty hiring decisions and even some student admissions, according to this article in the New York Times. What else? Of course, I couldn't make this video without acknowledging the dozens of think tanks propped up in all 50 states which got a combined $83 million from Koch-funded orgs and their allies in 2011. Important names include the Heritage Foundation, the Cato Institute, and the Manhattan Institute. You'll remember the Heritage Foundation from every piece of climate change denial research ever, the Cato Institute for also denying climate change, and the Manhattan Institute for being the place where the critical race theory moral panic began. But the story doesn't end there. These think tanks, alongside a number of the other organizations in what has been called the Coctopus, are deeply involved in yet another type of influence, lobbying, which they do at every level of the American government. Through the Americans for Prosperity Group in particular, the Kochs and their fossil fuel allies have spent hundreds of millions of dollars on attack ads against Democratic candidates, most visibly against Obama in 2012. They have also poured a lot of money into the campaign funds of conservatives at the far right of the Republican Party, after failing to successfully prop up the Tea Party in order to push Republicans closer to the extreme. You might say they succeeded. And there is so much more. From the Mont Pelerin Society to the NRA to countless hundreds of other student groups, politicians, media organizations, nonprofits. There is truly no limit to how much time you can spend hopping from one organization to another, just following the rabbit hole of funding diagrams down to groups in your state, in your city, where you went to college. I can't do this justice. I mean, I've given you the diagrams, I've given you examples, I've given you lists to try to fill this all out, but there's just so much more that I couldn't fit into this video. Anti-Muslim, anti-LGBT groups, just remembered. Between 2014 and 2018, Donors Trust and Donors Capital Fund gave, quote, $13 million to organizations that profess anti-Muslim, anti-immigrant, or anti-LGBTQ sentiments, including more than $2.7 million to nonprofits considered hate groups by SPLC. You're just gonna have to trust me that what I've talked about represents maybe, and this is admittedly just a guess, 5% of what these two families are out there doing. And this is what I want to end the video on. There are a lot of people, and a lot of them billionaires, contributing to the various organizations I've mentioned who also have organizations of their own, who have companies that advertise in hundreds of media outlets, who have charitable donations going to university econ departments, and who have nonprofit AstroTurf groups staging protests near you. It's simply impossible for me or for anyone to catalog it, and even more difficult for the anti-capitalist left to match this kind of influence. This is only something that billionaires can do, and billionaires tend to like being billionaires. So yes, I know that Democrats have their own mega donors and their own NGOs and AstroTurf groups, but the left doesn't. Not with this kind of scale. There aren't billionaires willing to fund a network this powerful that would advocate for their abolition. And as a fun exercise to close out the video, let me give you an idea of what it would take to try and match what the right has without being a capitalist billionaire. What you're going to want to do is take your salary and set it all aside. Don't spend any money whatsoever. Do that for 10 years. Now find a way to multiply that by 100. Either wait 90 more years or maybe invest in stocks or something. I don't know. Multiply it by 100 somehow. If my math is right, you should now have roughly $56 million set aside. That's good. That's great. I'm really proud of you. You're 0.1% of the way there. One of the things right-wing media does really well is establishing life or death stakes. It's us versus the mainstream media, us versus the groomers, the migrants, the far-left communist Democrats. Whatever the hot-button issue of the week is. Let me show you what I mean. Here we have 3 examples of right-wing coverage of the same story. Republicans introducing a bill that would make it harder to pursue climate change prevention. Notice how the story is framed. Each article uses wording like perceived climate catastrophe, ignoring actual emergencies, and climate change pearl clutching. If you read each of these stories, not one of them mentions that the science surrounding climate change is indisputable. They all just attempt to convince the reader that the Democrats are crazy, and that no real American cares about this climate stuff. This is the case in every single piece of right-wing coverage of this story, and most of them link to each other somewhere in the piece, reinforcing a network of far-right news consumption. They all attempt to make the reader angry or shocked at how out of touch those dirty communist Democrats are, that they would dare suggest that climate change is real. And this is the approach they take with every topic. Everything is turned into a cultural struggle of us versus them. The key here is to remember who benefits from this kind of coverage. And ground news goes a long way towards helping the reader understand what interests are funding each of these outlets. This is something I get asked about a lot. How do I help parents or friends break out of their little propaganda bubble? It's great to analyze an event like this, examining wording to look for bias and determining who's behind each outlet, but that's a lot of work, and none of us have time for that. That's why I always recommend people check out Ground News, because it has a ton of really useful tools to make building media literacy skills a lot easier. Ground News is a web and mobile app that aggregates over 50,000 news sources and offers intuitive, easy to understand comparison tools, so you can do things like what we did here. See how a particular story is being spun by various interests. You can also see the political leaning, factuality rating, and ownership of every single news source right in the app. No tedious research required. Now, full disclosure, as a socialist, I obviously disagree with the placement of some of these outlets. For example, I don't think CNN should be placed as far left as it is. But honestly, this might be a good thing when trying to educate your friends and family. If you come at them with, well, actually, CNN is a right-wing network, they're not going to take you seriously. Ground News is the perfect first baby step towards media literacy. If you're looking for a way to give your friends and family a great set of tools to understand media bias, who it serves, and how to spot it, I highly recommend you check out Ground News at the link below. They're currently offering a 30% discount for their Vantage subscription to all Second Thought viewers, which you can only redeem at ground.news/secondthought, so be sure to follow that link. Give it a shot. I promise it'll make your life a whole lot easier.
Long before the death of the last northern white rhino in the wild, there was the dodo, a large flightless bird that roamed the coastal woods of Mauritius, an island off the coast of Madagascar. The dodo thrived in its habitat, but in 1598, the dodo faced a world-ending threat, the arrival of white Europeans who were hungry for resources to fuel their emerging capitalist nations. With guns and axes, Dutch sailors carved up the dodo's habitat, leaving few safe havens for the bird. Out in the open with nowhere left to hide, those birds that didn't die from destruction of their habitat were killed by the barrel of Dutch guns and cooked in Dutch kettles. By 1662, the last dodo perished. The Dutch colonizers had driven the species into extinction, and the beastly bird of Mauritius soon faded into myth. Sadly, this is a common story, one that's been unfolding and accelerating over the last 4 centuries. Life on Earth as we know it is dying. A mass extinction event, the likes of which this planet has only experienced 5 other times, is now occurring. Today, we'll explore the underlying forces driving this catastrophic die-off. We'll journey from the fur trappers of North American colonies to the agro-industrial feedlots of Brazil, all the way to the machines of industry. This is the story of the 6th extinction, a story of its dark roots and the manifold ways we might reverse it. This video is sponsored by Brilliant. While Dutch sailors were hacking apart the Mauritian coastline for wood and dodo meat, the English and French were across the ocean sinking their claws into the lush landscapes stewarded by the people of Turtle Island, which is now called North America. The violent colonization of North American capitalists, who were eager to ship wood, minerals, and food back home to their growing nations, was not only devastating for those who were already living there, but these extraction regimes were also disastrous for the natural world that had grown abundant under the watchful eye of indigenous farmers, fishers, hunters, and communities. The waters of the northern Atlantic are a perfect example of this abundance. In his book, The Mortal Sea, environmental historian Jeffrey Bolster explains that before the influx of European colonial presence, the coastal ecosystems of North America teemed with gargantuan fish and lobsters. Journals of sea captains from the late 1500s, like Charles Lee, reported that they encountered the greatest multitude of lobsters they ever heard of. while another report in 1602 from sailor John Brereton claimed that the boat's crew had fished so much cod in 5 or 6 hours that they had pestered their ship so with codfish that they threw numbers of them overboard again. But with the continued expansion of white European settler colonialists throughout the 1600s, this all changed. Fish population and size dwindled, and forest habitats were clear-cut and demolished. The colonists viewed the landscape as an infinite resource to harvest, develop into monocropped farmland, fish up, and sell back to European markets. As the flood of white bodies, axes, and guns permeated Turtle Island throughout the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, European colonists violently replaced various forms of indigenous land stewardship with commodity-based, profit-oriented systems. One early European invader, James Rozier, quite bluntly reveals this commoditizing worldview when he refers to the abundance of life in North America as the profits and fruits that are naturally on these islands. And environmental historian William Cronin points out in his book Changes in the Land that timber products were among the earliest merchantable commodities colonists sent back to Europe to repay their debts to financial backers. He goes on to write that in 1621, when the Pilgrims made their first shipment home, the ship's hold was laden with good clapboard as full as she could stow. As a result of this transformation from stewardship to commodification and extraction, the flora and fauna of North America suffered catastrophic losses. Bison were hunted to near extinction, the passenger pigeon, which once darkened the sky with its numbers, ceased to exist by 1914, and the ivory-bill woodpecker, which once found its home in the coastal woods of the American South, was logged out of existence. But no animal is more emblematic of this new relationship with the land than the beaver. From the late 1600s to the early 1900s, beaver populations plummeted from an estimated 60 million to just 100,000. All because back home in Europe, fur-lined top hats were the hottest fashion. Instead of understanding and recognizing the beaver as a crucial species in many North American ecosystems, French, English, and Dutch fur traders developed a massive market that only saw the animals as commodities. Beavers were just living pelts waiting to be trapped, skinned, and sold for profit. But luckily for the beaver, the fur-lined top hat eventually faded out of fashion, and populations were able to somewhat stabilize. But unfortunately for those indigenous to Turtle Island, as well as the North American flora and fauna, the settler colonial Europeans, with their extractivist and commodifying economies, were here to stay. This destruction at the hands of early settler colonial economies is just a taste of what's to come. Today, we're on the precipice of one of the largest extinction events in Earth's history. The reality of life on Earth is that all species will face extinction. From the earliest single-cell organisms of the Eoarchaean era to the Stegosaurus of the late Jurassic period, flora and fauna fade into extinction as other life more suited to the ecosystem's niche takes its place. Extinction and replacement are the consequences of evolution. But across the course of Earth's history, there have been punctuation points. 5 moments in time that have been catastrophic for life. 5 mass extinction events where, over the course of roughly 3 million years, the diversity of species dramatically declined. The most famous of which was the mass die-off of dinosaurs 65 million years ago. And we are now living in the 6th one. For reasons we'll dive into soon, plants, animals, and general life on Earth are dying off at rates far higher than normal, with evidence pointing to extinction rates as high as 1,000 times the usual background pace. Which means, as researcher Gerardo Ceballos explains, what we've lost in 100 years would have been lost in 10,000 years in normal times. Indeed, the World Wildlife Fund's Global Living Planet Index, which averages together the change in abundance of over 5,000 species worldwide, found an average decline of 69% in population since 1970. While this number is pretty limited in its scope, it still gives us a glimpse at the potential extinction event we're now facing. According to a 2019 UN report, over 1 million species will be threatened with extinction over the next few decades. And even if some species are able to thrive, the absence of just one keystone animal, plant, or insect could send a chain reaction of extinction through a local ecosystem. This interconnected reliance of local biomes is most famously exemplified by the gray wolf. which was hunted out of Yellowstone National Park in the 1930s. The absence of the wolf triggered a cascade of consequences. Elk populations, free from their apex predator, exploded in numbers, which meant that one of their primary food sources, willow trees, declined dramatically. The lack of these trees, which were also a food source for beavers, meant fewer beavers and natural dams along the banks of Yellowstone's rivers, leading to a transformation in the very way rivers flowed. This is called a trophic cascade and reveals both how interconnected an ecosystem is and how vulnerable it can be to the loss of just one keystone species. So when the IPCC reports that 3 to 14% of species will likely face high risk of extinction at global warming levels of 1.5 degrees Celsius, and that will increase up to 3 to 48% of species at 5 degrees Celsius, this could have vast ripple effects across the Earth's habitats. But mass extinction doesn't just mean catastrophe for millions of species eradicated from their ecosystem. It also spells disaster for human economies and social organization. Because after all, our systems of production, our economies, are built on the foundation of thriving and biodiverse ecosystems. So when those ecosystems collapse, whether through the domino effect of the disappearance of a keystone species or through more general extinction and extraction, we are greatly affected. The absence of pollinator insects means the absence of crops in the fields. The lack of kelp and mangroves along coastal waters means increased floods and fewer fish. The absence of the wolf means more deer and more disease. And that is just the tip of the iceberg. We've built our world, our agriculture, our cities, around a specific structure of nature. So when that structure begins to crumble, when species die off, when ecosystems unravel, our way of life suffers. So in order to keep things from unraveling even further, we need to understand why this is all happening. The legacy of European colonial resource extraction is alive and well in the Brazilian Amazon. There, trees that are home to a diverse range of animals and insects are slashed and burned to make room for industrial soy farms and ranches. This Amazonian deforestation is eerily similar to what we witnessed in the colonies along the Atlantic coast of North America. Land dramatically changed from one of forest or wetland to one of a single crop or a single animal. In short, we terraformed Earth. There are multiple drivers of the growing extinction rates we're witnessing today. And at the top of that list is land use change, or the transformation of habitat into a vastly different shape to the point where a species is not able to adapt to their new environment. We can see here that land use has dramatically increased since the 1700s, and always at the bleeding edge of that frontier is agriculture. According to the UN Food and Agriculture Association, agricultural land takes up almost half of all habitable land, and is responsible for 90% of deforestation and 70% of the world's freshwater use. And that sustained transformation of ecosystems into landscapes more suitable for industrial agricultural systems has spelled disaster for biodiversity. Species are being pushed to extinction because of land use change, and the last decade of deforestation along the edges of the Amazon rainforest are a perfect microcosm of this. As a result of habitat loss, over 10,000 species of plants and animals risk extinction along the Amazon. But land use change is just one of the drivers forcing extinction. Climate change is another, and could yet prove to be the most consequential if temperatures continue to rise over the next century. Whether it was intense volcanic activity, rapid growth of plants, or impact dust from an asteroid blocking out the sun, the last 5 mass extinctions were all precipitated due to shifts in climate. But if those climate shifts occurred over the course of thousands of years, if not millions of years, our current emissions rate is accelerating that climate transformation to the scale of hundreds of years. Changes in global temperatures that quick can spell disaster for ecosystems. It forces animals out of their normal geographic zones, causes weather events like droughts and floods in locations ill-equipped to deal with that kind of weather, and creates unadaptable conditions. As a recent IPCC report notes, climate change is already having world-shaking consequences. Approximately half of the species assessed globally have shifted poleward or to higher elevations. Hundreds of local losses of species have been driven by increases in the magnitude of heat extremes, as well as mass mortality events on land and in the ocean, and loss of kelp forests. In short, changing temperatures and climates will drive species to extinction around the world if left unchecked. And those that are left alive after habitat loss and pressures of climate change must face the added threat of over-extraction. Much like the dodos of Mauritius or the gray wolves of Yellowstone, species extinction can be directly driven by the barrel of the gun or the snare of the net. Fish species around the world, like yellowfin tuna, are threatened because of our insatiable appetite for extraction of certain fish. And on land, we're seeing this everywhere, from the trade of ivory decimating the northern white rhino population, to African forest elephants on the brink of extinction for their tusks, or to pangolins hunted for their scales to put in medicinal products. But at the heart of all these factors that are driving extinction isn't human nature. It's not our inherent hatred of other species that is driving an increased extinction rate, but instead our economic system, our mode of production. Yes, that's right, it's capitalism. To uncover the root cause of the sixth mass extinction, we need to travel once again back to the fur trappers of North America. It's here, along the banks of rivers dammed up by beavers, that fur trappers took part in an early instance of capitalist commodification of the natural world. And in doing so, they drove a species to the brink of destruction. While there was certainly more at play, like shifting climates or the introduction of new diseases, many indicators point to the emergence of the European market economy throughout the North American landscape as a key driver of ecosystems change. Prior to the capitalist commodification of natural resources, transforming the very trees and animals into goods to be refined and sold for money, indigenous communities employed a range of tactics and land interventions that, while still impacting the landscape, did so in a way that minimized their footprint. As the author of a recent paper on the impact of pre-colonial communities on the North American landscapes notes, indigenous North Americans thrived under changing forest conditions not by intensively managing them, but by adapting to them and the changing environment. It was only with the introduction of monocultures of European seed strains, animals, and industrial logging that fed production across the Atlantic that we began to see the decline of species on a broader scale. As Cronin put it in Changes of the Land, New England ecology was transformed as the region became integrated with the emerging capitalist economy of the North Atlantic. Capitalism and environmental degradation went hand in hand. Because under capitalism, we face an unresolvable contradiction. In order to live, we need the natural world with all of its wonderfully complex and life-giving ecosystems. But inside a mode of capitalist production, we must also extract, subjugate, and destroy that natural world to make a living. One of the foundational characteristics of a capitalist economy is the production of goods for exchange value rather than use value. In other words, we're producing materials not based on necessity or how well they work, but primarily for how much the product can sell for on the market. As a result, under capitalism, we're driven to extract, produce, and accumulate far above levels that are needed to satiate the conditions to thrive, because it is profitable to do so. In the real world, this looks like the global meat market that deforests vast swaths of the Amazon rainforest because we've transformed animal agriculture into an industrial machine. In order to squeeze maximum value out of a cow, animal agriculture, which used to look like a collection of small ranchers and herders before capitalism, has now become mechanized, consolidated, and homogeneous. This means that as farmers and ranchers cut down the edges of the biodiverse Amazonian habitat, they are replacing them with just a couple of species of soybean for animal feed and cattle for meat. Meat packing giants like JBS, who know that more products sold means more profits in their pocket, push industrial ranching companies like AgroSB to gobble up millions of acres of land at any cost to raise as many cows and produce as much meat as possible. And often that cost is the destruction of ecosystem, which leads to habitat loss and species extinction. In short, the endless cycle of accumulation under capitalism, wherein capitalists make profits, plug those profits into even more labor and extraction to make even more profits, is untenable for the natural world. The end result of this cycle of accumulation is climate chaos and species extinction. Now, a common response to this is that capitalism can't possibly be at the heart of the sixth mass extinction because as long as humans have roamed the earth, we've been driving animals extinct. While that is indeed partly correct, it's a little bit like comparing apples to oranges. It is true that early humans in the Pleistocene did hunt megafauna like mastodons and the ground sloth to extinction, but it's important to note that these were much smaller blips on the graph of extinction. The rate and scale of extinction we're facing today is larger than the megafauna extinctions of the Pleistocene. In addition, these extinctions were not necessarily a case of eradication, but of replacement. As conservation biologist Ian Rappel notes, in many cases the ecological roles of these large animals were subsequently taken up by human beings themselves, as they pushed and pulled at local ecosystems to generate their own social metabolism through the controlled use of fire, shifting agriculture, and the proactive management of woodlands, tundra, and savanna. Early humans, then, essentially became their own megafauna in their ecosystems, becoming crucial stewards to the land. What we are witnessing today is not that. It is the mass eradication and displacement of habitat, mass extraction of the natural world driven by capitalism's need to commodify and produce. Human nature did not drive ranchers and soybean farmers to slash and burn the Amazon rainforest. The hunt for profits did. The guns of poachers that drove the northern white rhino to extinction did so in pursuit of the riches those tusks would bring. And the continued expansion, extraction, and burning of fossil fuels powering the climate crisis, pushing millions of species to the brink, has been propelled by the pursuit of padding the wallets of those in power. So as plants and animals die, we must not blame human nature. That's both ahistorical and ignores the fact that there are countless ways to live with instead of against the natural world. So to reverse the sixth mass extinction, we must grapple with our mode of production. We must grapple with capitalism. If the stories of the peregrine falcon, the bald eagle, or the Iberian lynx can be anything, they should be a balm to the doom we're facing. All three of these species faced down the surety of annihilation and were guided back from the brink. What gives me hope is that the sixth mass extinction is not set in stone. What we do right now, tomorrow, or a year down the line will have vast ramifications not only for us humans and our descendants, but for millions of species of life on this planet. But to do the work, we must first figure out effective ways to avoid the biodiversity collapse we're beginning to witness today. One of the more pervasive capitalist solutions to the sixth mass extinction and habitat loss more generally is the concept of ecosystem services. Popularized by the United Nations' Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, which was published in 2005, the idea of ecosystem services is to identify and often quantify the ways in which the natural world benefits humans. Or in other words, calculating the goods and services that nature provides to humanity. The idea behind ecosystem services is that in defining and putting monetary value on the intangibles of ecosystems like disease control, water filtration, or oxygen production, capitalist markets and decision makers will be much more likely to understand and protect biodiverse habitats. Indeed, this is exactly what scholar activist Vandana Shiva did to block limestone mining in India's Missouri Hills in 1982. She spent months researching the impact that limestone mining had on water security and found that
the mountains and the aquifers and the limestone did a better job just being as they were than when they were mined.
Shiva submitted her findings and, together with pressure from activists, successfully blocked limestone mining operations in the Missouri Hills. While successful, this is ultimately a stopgap approach, a method of harm reduction that might be effective in the very short term, but is susceptible to being overturned, because it ultimately capitulates to the capitalist mode of commodifying nature. It still envisions habitat and ecosystems as commodities that service a capitalist market. And if, for some reason, the spreadsheets reveal that it's more profitable to extract than preserve, capitalists will do just that. This means that while we are trying to reduce the harm of capitalism, we also need to envision ways that hack at the rotten roots of the sixth mass extinction. And no, land and habitat conservation is not enough. Indeed, the mindset of conservation, or the act of protecting ecosystems from human intervention, is ahistorical. Humans have long been integral parts of the landscapes, using controlled burns, roving agriculture, and spreading seeds through foraging. Indeed, those that still maintain a stewardship approach to the land foster habitats containing 80% of the world's current biodiversity. So while we do need conservation in the short term, we also need to be working towards an anti-capitalist mode of production that seeks a co-thriving of both the natural world and human economies in the long term. One blueprint for a long-term approach comes from authors Drew Pendergrass and Troy Vitesse, who envision a half-Earth socialism approach to the sixth mass extinction. For them, a planned economy that focuses on minimal impact on the land, while also setting aside rewilding and then stewarding 50% of the Earth for the natural world to thrive, is the optimal path away from climate chaos and species extinction. Or there are the imaginings of solar pump, Cities and towns where our technologies and our livelihoods are completely enmeshed with nature, so that we don't have to destroy a forest in order to have reliable shelter and food on the table. These threads have two necessary ingredients. First, the transformation of an economy from one of exchange to one of use, and in doing so, minimizing our collective impact on the world. And second, blending the line between humans and nature in a way that recognizes the role humanity has always played as a part of and not separate from our surroundings. But to build a future that fosters a harmonious relationship with the natural world, we first need to end our system of global capitalism, a mission that many of the countries of the imperial periphery have already recognized and enshrined in the words of the Cochabamba People's Agreement in 2010. There they write, "Humanity confronts a great dilemma: to continue on the path of capitalism, depredation, and death, or to choose the path of harmony with nature and respect for life." So, to prevent the fate of the dodo and the northern white rhino from eradicating life around the world, we must struggle for a world beyond capitalism. A world rich not with profit, but with life. A world that embraces the interconnectedness of humans and nature. A world worth fighting for. A world that will certainly have a much smaller animal agriculture industry. Because the unfortunate fact is that animal agriculture within capitalism not only is driving land use change, but also climate change. Which is why next month's video dives into the hard questions of animal agriculture and asks things like whether we should all be vegan or not. And if you don't want to wait a month, you can watch that video right now if you're a Nebula subscriber, because I put all my videos up on Nebula a month before they go up on YouTube. Meanwhile, we need biologists, ecologists, and much more researching and developing solutions to the looming biodiversity crisis. People who are steeped in practices of analytical and scientific thinking. Which is why I've always loved Brilliant.org. Brilliant is a website and app that uses a visual, hands-on approach to help build those next generation of scientists that can help us better understand the crisis we're now facing. Because with Brilliant, you learn by doing. You can play around with interactive puzzles and games that make difficult to understand concepts like quantum mechanics actually fun to learn. Their courses are laid out like a story and broken down into awesome visual pieces and interactive puzzles so that you can tackle them a little bit at a time. Like for example, Brilliant's wonderful course on scientific thinking. Understanding the foundations of the scientific method is essential to forging a renewable and biodiverse future. And Brilliant has made grasping the core concepts of the scientific method intuitive and fun. This little interactive bridge puzzle, for example, helps you understand the importance of experimentation while you engineer the optimal structure across a gap. This type of interactivity is peppered all throughout Brilliant's thousands of lessons, and there's something for everyone. From foundational and advanced math, to AI, to data science, to neural networks, and much more. So to get started for free for a full 30 days, visit brilliant.org/OCC or click the link in the description, and the first 200 of you will get 20% off Brilliant's annual premium subscription. And if you want to watch even more OCC videos, I recommend clicking on the video on screen right now about the dark toll of electric car manufacturing. Otherwise, I'll see you next month.